Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone, to StevieMill Plays. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm StevieMill. We've got some amazing D&D, TTRPG action lined up tonight. I am StevieMill, the humble forever GM, and can give everyone a right proper introduction. And as far as your characters,
I am Irving, the blind avian monk. I've got a crow, it's my pet, named Brazen.
let's go.
I am Drum, the Namekian Dark Mage. I'm stretchy and possibly evil.
Quite possibly.
I'm Slippy, the bardic slime. I be slipping and singing.
Nice.
I'm Sprinkles, the Khajiit Rogue, and I'm gonna steal something today.
He's got theft on his mind. If you're a regular to the program, then I guess you already knew that. He's always got stealing on his mind. But before we get into it, because we normally just really just dive right in and kind of jump right into things. But how is everyone doing this evening? Is everyone doing all right?
Pretty good. Yeah. Slow day at work. Chill.
Oh, that's great. It's a slow day on a Monday too, for sure. No one had any car troubles as they were arriving?
That's alright, I got it all figured out now.
No explosions.
Yeah.
Oh, no explosions. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Always good. So we're right from where we had left off last time was the adventurers on a ferry. The ferry itself on a lake. The lake itself, the Shimmerset Lake, one of their primary destinations from pretty early on in the game. It's taken you some time and effort to get here, for sure. Which episode was it when the prefect was begging you to flee from the castle, right, and to find the scholars of Shimmerset Lake? How long ago was that even?
It was possibly 3 or 4 episodes. Yeah, that was about a month ago. That was some time.
Right. So to give a sense of the passing of time for that, it's been, you would feel like your characters in the game, it feel like it's been a long time since. But these characters, of course, it may have been the span of maybe a week, for them.
Okay.
And I know that there were some characters who had done some fishing. Actually, that was probably off camera and in between kind of things. Were there any characters who did any fishing or anything extra? Did any side quests happen?
I caught a legendary fish. I caught the bolt of the lake.
Oh, interesting.
Its name is Jarsik.
Jarsik, the bolt of the lake.
Bolt of the lake.
Nice.
It was legendary. It was an
Huh.
epic moment.
Is it in cursive?
So we caught a legendary fish that
I wrote it,
was keeping watch over the lake. That's the only thing I can think for it then.
You said somebody had maybe introduced it to help protect it.
So being that that there are scholars that live in a place here at the lake, I guess it's not too much of a stretch to imagine that if there's any magical number among them, that they could maybe enchant guardians to protect the land and the surrounding areas. So you'd be on the lookout for things like that as you navigate the wilds and the areas around the lake and the mountains. Saying that, you definitely caught something like that somebody put in there to keep track of things. That's why that's why it's a fish with like lightning properties, and why someone had already given it a name, and he set it loose upon the lake, and then he caught it just by fishing. Which the fishing event itself was really great, and we'll have
No, I'm keeping it.
fishing itself was pretty great, and we'll have to get more of that on the camera, because that's pretty fun too when it's good fishing. So the lake stretching out in front of you, and we'll say if you had been the last character to kind of be doing anything when you were fishing, to say as far as what time of day it was past midday. So the sun is still out, drifting over the horizon, and you know you have been out there for more than a couple of hours, and so and there is the ferryman who is still in the back of the ferry here, as it's out with the shimmering water all around you, and now that you're out in the middle of the lake, headed seemingly towards your destination. The one thing that you do notice is that it is called the Shimmerset Lake for a good reason. There's something about the surface of the water that has some kind of a shimmering look as you're looking over it. Like it's sheening, it's like glistening. It's hard to use the exact kind of word for it because it's over the surface of the water, but it is like has a shimmery kind of look to it as you're looking at it. And it seems to be just something over the top of the water. Is it the waves themselves? I don't know. Is it magic? It's hard to tell. But it's the whole lake as far as you can see in every direction.
Can I go fishing?
Yeah, you want to do a round of fishing before you arrive at your destination?
That makes it really cool.
Yeah.
I'd like that, yeah.
Never one to miss an opportunity. The adventurers decide, well, we'll be there. It's you see mountains up ahead, way off in the distance, of course, but it's just nothing but expanseless lake out in front of you. So you can definitely take at least a turn to try and catch more fish out here. Who has the least amount of mill?
I got 400.
I have 5 mil. I was gonna give it to the ferryman for dealing with this.
If you want to do that now, I guess you can, but
Okay. I'll give my last 5 mil.
gives his last 5 mil to the ferryman.
To also apologize for zapping his boat.
He did char a spot into the boat earlier in the probably either the last episode or the one before it. Fighting on the boat. The ferryman, he accepts it, of course, and doesn't seem to say anything in response, other than because he's paddling, to keep the ferry moving in a certain direction. We'll you should see the town up ahead, so keep a weather eye out.
I tell him not to tell me how to live my life, and I go use myself as bait off the ship again.
You say roll d6.
You're in the lake, but wasn't that like?
No, I'm gonna use the predate dive.
Okay.
And I figured I'll just follow under the boat while we're going to.
Okay. 2. So on a 2, you do just hop right over the edge and just sploosh right into the lake. And again, it's chilled, icy cold as soon as you hop right into the surface. Something about this is different though, because the water underneath is very crystalline and clear, going down really far. And there's something about the surface that even adds to the light coming down below you, so where you can see really far down. Even to that point, it's nothing but blue water below you. You don't even begin to see the start of where the bottom would be. So as you begin to sink in, the bubbles coming out of your mouth a little bit and around it from your motions are trailing out ahead of you, up over you, to the surface of the water. You sink down, down, down into the depths. You'll be falling for this whole turn before you get even to the bottom of the spot that you saw, to see what could even be down there next. And so of the 3 of you,
I'll
then
stay under there while they're fishing until I need to come up for air. I'll just keep diving.
yeah, and you already see like small little schools of these kind of little fish and a small little going this way, and you already see kind of things around you as you're sinking deeper into the water. So of the 3 of you, who has?
I'll let one of them go first because I went fishing last time.
Oh, okay. You who wants to cast their rod into the water?
Would love to see. Got a fishing rod to
In the lake, in the lake was a D10 now. A D10 for the size of the fish, and the fish size is a 1.
Oh. Hate to see.
We love to see it. The distance is a 3. So,
I guess let's do it.
5 on a 6. Hey, nice. You bring it down to 2.
We're under attack.
Ooh, I'll take it back up to 3. Take it back up to 3. A 2. Oh, hits it with a 6, which is 4 away to bring it down to 2, and then down another again, a 1 to 1.
You can just get the net. You want me to just get the net? Get the harpoon?
Does he have that move?
I haven't. Get the harpoon. I don't even think Rue has that.
All right, he has a special fishing move. Go ahead and get the harpoon. It allows him to roll a 1d4, and if he hits the 4, then he harpoons the fish without the last roll needing to be rolled.
Yeah, can I do that too? I gotta get
Put
the
your
harpoon.
Yeah, you should have it as well.
You have it too?
Yeah.
I have X2 versions.
Dang.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
got
yeah,
he's
use
got
that.
2 harpoons. He can.
Oh, you do? Does that mean?
The first one is a 3.
Oh, you see? Oh, yeah. He's doing it again.
Succeed. The second one is a 2. Doesn't succeed.
At least we're trying.
Working so hard throwing all these harpoons into the water.
Missing.
The fish now, again, whatever you see coming up to the surface now, and you just see something dark coming up under the surface of the lake, and then all of a sudden it's a hail of harpoons around it. None of them seemingly able to land.
That also close.
That too. A 2 to tie. It is not reeled in yet.
This is a heavy something.
Good evening, and welcome back. We tied once.
Welcome back.
Wow.
No way.
The action is already starting to heat up. We're just getting started. This was the first fish. Oh, nice. That is to catch it. So, so we'll say on a 1, you were expecting some fish to kind of come up, but what instead it's a massive clump of seaweed with what seems to be a wet, damp, dirt-filled glove inside of it.
Dirt-filled glove.
Huh. Is that lake dirt?
It is.
Is
It
that-
is.
Is that special lake dirt?
Why was he asking me if the dirt from the lake is special?
Because isn't it shimmer set?
You know what? It's true. It's true.
Didn't you Connor say it was
I did allude to the fact that the lake itself does seem to be enchanted. So I guess it's not too much of a stretch to think that that the dirt might have some special properties too. See, this is the kind of things we think about here. StevieMill plays. Think about how enchanted the dirt might be.
It's incredible. You allowed it.
Just to be safe, I put SS in parentheses for shimmer set. That's where I got it.
Nice. Go ahead, cast out with a D10. Cast your line. The size on this one is a 9.
That's a big fish, buddy.
That is fantastic.
You get to watch it too from underwater.
No, that's true.
Can we get like a play-by-play? I'm just kidding.
Ooh, a distance of 7. Distance of 7. Hold on, let me scale this.
Hate to see it.
That's a far out pitch.
The fish size is 9 and the distance is 7, and so well, go ahead and reel it in. A 6 on a 1. That takes it off 2 from a 6 down to a 5. Wow, what a takes the lid off the place. It's a legend.
Literally ran
What a legend. Ooh, I'll take that one back. I'm back up to 6. Another 6.
Don't hit me with the 666s like last week. Okay, thank God.
That's the worst.
A 2. Oh, and a 6. Nice. Way to get those 2 back. Down to 6 and down to 5.
Can I get back on right?
And you get to roll. Yes, you get to roll it again. Another 6. It's down to 4. Will he auto catch and get the fishing skill Hey, let's go!
Sick.
What an absolute legendary
Roll
catch.
again.
3 6s on the.
He said, bring on the sixes.
She said bring on the sixes, so we brought on the sixes.
Did I see him pulling that thing up?
Very cool.
Yeah, and it's a 9 too. So you see that all of a sudden this big, huge fish, and again it was dark silhouetted at first because it was below you, and then it suddenly just seems to be shooting straight up as if being pulled up by some invisible hand. Just, and you're still sinking, of course. The bottom nowhere near inside. But it's at the point now where your turn comes around where you're gonna see something around you even before you get there. But this massive fish that splashes aboard, we'll say it's a yeah, on a 9 we'll say it's a you definitely caught a lake alligator.
Oh wow.
Nice.
And with a 9, yeah, we'll say it was pretty massive. It was about 9 feet, about 9 feet long, about 9 feet long. Catching 9-foot alligators out of this lake. That's how we roll.
And we'll put in the skill.
Oh, and for hitting the triple sixes, picks up a fishing skill. That is absolutely the dime right there.
Is this something we're gonna have to fight? Like, you just pull a 9-foot alligator up on his face.
All right, fellas, let's go.
Exactly.
The Pokemon battle music starts.
Bro.
Turn to some shoes.
Oh hell yeah, that'd be cool.
Oh, you could. You mean, it's pretty big. You might be able to make like more than shoes.
Namekian walk around like a giant alligator skin
You
suit.
have enough to like it'll stay across you if you stretch too.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That would be very sweet.
So many ideas.
What a fish.
And all them teeth.
Oh yeah,
No toothbrush.
I'll hook you up.
What?
Some teeth.
Some teeth?
Oh, that's French, isn't it? Don't you like the teeth, or is it French?
It is French.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I know what you mean now. From a weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bonk people would put the teeth on.
Now you can take a bite out of crown.
Exactly.
You can start a tooth weapon with Irving.
I thought I did. I did. I had a toothy mace, but
You could have a whole tooth arsenal.
I've got 2 daggers and a short bow for some reason.
Call yourself the blonde dentist.
I think we have one of each type of bow.
Yeah, we do.
I have 2. I have a cypress and then the long bow.
Yeah, you have
I
a
really
short
kind of
bow
want
and
to
I
use
have
out
a
that
long
long bow. I'm trying to maybe be like a sniper.
That's kind of what. Yeah.
So it is a passive fishing skill. It's the first level of heave, which heave is just the first time you hit a 6 when you're fishing, you get an extra 1 plus the 1 you would normally get for winning.
Oh, cool.
So the first one that you get now, instead of counting for 1, will count as 2. The first 6 you hit when you're fishing.
Nice. That's awesome.
Caught an alligator.
So is it
Yeah.
my turn? What skill did you get, by the way?
Heave.
So the first 6 that he gets when he's catching a fish now counts. He gets an extra +1 to it. To the reel.
So it gets like 3. You can get up to 3 maybe.
Oh no, so
depending
the
on
6. So instead of like the 6 pulling it, reeling in for 1, it reels it in for 2.
Okay, nice. And so like if you rolled like a 1 against that,
Then it would be
3.
2 plus another 1. Yeah.
Oh wow.
If it was the first one, yeah. Don't do it.
Whoopsie.
It's a 9.
Nice.
Very nice.
Welcome.
It's a 9 on the fish size, and we are gonna flip a 2 on the distance. Oh, no. A lonely 2 on the
Need to
distance.
get down once, then we're just gonna hurl harpoons.
Oh, I know, right? Watch this. Watch how this works. He's gonna reel in 1. That was a big. That was a big. That was
quick and easy.
The alligator was amazing. And let's see what this fish is with the same size of 9. Ooh, a
No.
4 on a 1. It goes up to 3.
No.
Ooh, as this fish draws deeper. And you can already see what fish this is now because of the distance when he caught it. You already saw it. So you don't want to spoil what it is. But ooh, a 6. A 2. So it draws to 4. Well, I mean, do you want to help them catch it? I mean,
I'll dart at it with my daggers.
okay, so I can tell you what it is then, because it is a massive stingray.
Oh, nice. Need to get this.
So do you want to use your? You want to go ahead and use a move to rush? Is it a predate move? Or you just want
I'm
to?
gonna use predate dart.
Okay.
It doesn't use any EMP, but I can only use it 4 times a day.
Okay.
Oh wait, is it D8?
A 6. Nice. Wow.
You rolled a 1.
Stingray hit a 1. So you're able to dart up right away because the stingray was kind of above you a little bit, thrashing wildly as if something had it in its, something was ensnaring it, but it was sinking a little bit. But you shot up towards it, and as you kind of just slam into it as hard as you can, sending its whole body spiraling hard off and up and out a little bit, you seem to have stunned it just from using your dart move at it so closely that you really smacked right into it. Its whole body spins around. That does, as you're reeling in while this is happening, it does bring the distance in 1 closer. So it's now a 3.
Nice. Let's roll it again.
Go ahead. We tied 3s. Huh. It's done. You just gotta reel it in right now. It's done. Oh my god. Oh, look at that. Bringing it down to 2.
I get that one more.
And then, yeah, watch out for these halo harpoons that are about to shoot in the water, bro. Because there it is. It's down to 1. 1 harpoon misses.
3.
You see it zoom into the water. A 4. He hits it that time.
Yeah.
Hits to get the harpoon.
Another 4.
A second 4. Will he hit 3 4s?
Again.
Let's see.
He's got ugly skill again.
2 weeks in a row.
No,
That's
it's a 2.
Oh,
It's a 2.
Never mind. I got so
Look at
hyped.
him trying to juke us. So that is a we'll call it a leopard stingray because of the prints that are all along the top of its body.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's massive too. Huge for a stingray. Like it was wide. Say that. Nice. And as you were kind of, as soon as you did that, and then you watched it continue to make its way up to the top of the water, you were still kind of sinking again. And as you turn, you do see something bigger, dark, under the water, moving like this. Whatever it is, it's big. And it's it could be a whale or it could be something smaller, but it's got a wide gray body and it's sort of sweeping underneath you as you're sinking down towards it.
I'm gonna cast hurt on it.
Subtract the MP, roll the d6. A 7. You're able to sink just low enough to where you can, letting the word out causes bubbles to come out of your mouth, of course. But as you point, it's hard for you to see because the light is fading away as you're sinking out slowly out of its range, and this creature below you is bigger. It's hard to tell if you really did a lot of damage to its body, but whatever you did certainly caused it to react. This whole thing, tilts to the side a little bit and rears up, sweeping up, up more underneath where you're sinking. And it seems to be long, maybe 15, 20 feet with a big, wide, gray body. And as it's sweeping around, you see that it's got like 4 eyes, 2 on these big, high stalks, and 2 more against the sides of its head behind its mouth. Just wide and sweeping with not sharp teeth, but like a row of like flat, regular, just like fish-like teeth. And now, again, as you're sinking, and you can feel this, the little bit of air start to kind of, because your turn is almost at its end. You can feel your first little bit of air start to kind of slip out of your mouth. You can swim back to the surface, or you can try to cast another spell.
Just go for it. We'll pull you back up.
I'm gonna use dive again.
Roll for which direction?
Actually, I'm gonna use dart to shoot back up to the ship.
This is my decision.
A 1. So you do turn your head, and the move does allow you to shoot up in the water, but with a 1, you shoot up, 10, 11, 12 feet, and then you slowly slow down again as you kind of have to force yourself to kick and paddle and move yourself to get closer up and up to the surface of the water, because the air is almost expelled out of your lungs, so you're not really buoyant in that sense. So you're kicking and struggling a little bit, and you see the surface up ahead about another 10 or 15 feet. But now, as you look below you, you see nothing but this big mouth starting to open up, right? As it's drawing up underneath you, edging ever closer. When you take one more turn to use your move.
Let it eat you.
That was my last dart for the day.
Okay, so then just roll a regular d6 then. As you struggling with the last bit of air in your lungs, try to push yourself to the surface of the water in time. A 4. Oh, and a 5. So, all 3 of you then roll a d10.
If he eats you, maybe we can catch it. That'd be cool.
A 6. A 1. And a 5. Well, the 6 will have to have it then, because you do see a bunch of hooks in the water above you as you're frantically trying to get to the surface. So the least you could do is try to lure it to a hook. The deepest one that's the closest to you is still just 5 or 6 feet away, and you're just struggling with every last little bit you have. As now you look down as you're reaching up towards the hook, and you can see its mouth now about 8 feet below you. The whole thing is just, and it's the point now to where if you were looking over, if you're looking over the side of the ship, you can all of a sudden now then see a big black shadow appear down there, and you're just like, oh dang, what is that? And then all of a sudden you just see the faintest bit of Slippy, like struggling, about 8 feet below the depths, is now this black shadow ominously just looms below.
I'm gonna attempt to grab the closest hook and try to hook it onto the mouth.
All right. So that you can definitely do that, because it was all happening right at the same time. So what that means is that as you suddenly feel something violently give on your fishing rod, thrusting you forward, almost where you have to re-steady yourself.
Yeah.
You try to pull back as hard as you can, and realize that you can't. It's so, whatever is down there is so incredibly heavy that it's stuck. Will anyone come and assist?
Help me! Yeah, I'll help. I'll pull my rod out and help.
Okay. So then it would be the 2 of you hang onto the rod on each side like this, trying your best to pull it up.
Can I run over and cast my rod to try to hook it where they already hooked it? To try to give it more tug?
If you can try it, but he's already got the hook set, and now he's kind of ensnared himself too, because now the fish is like, you're kind of like right there in the fish's mouth with the hook set in it.
Don't call me Pinocchio.
Then I'll run over and help him too.
So how it will work is, because there's 3 of you, and for then we'll have it set this way. So the fish will start out at a strength of 10.
I think that's higher than our total.
And we'll say that it's also going to start out with a well, that's distance and strength. We'll call it both of that, but and so it'll be really the four of you against the fish. The first roll will be the three of you. The three of you rolling against the fish, fishing to try to catch it. So, but instead of the three of you rolling, from the three of you, you have to pick two people each round, and it can change. You can alternate, right? But you've got to pick two out of the three because only two of you can hold the rod at the same time.
All right. Me and Irving were already there with the rods, weren't we? Can we just go first, and then I'll switch out and you can hop on. And...
Okay, so then round one will be the two of you rolling against me, and I roll a one, so that's a 2, yeah. So that's enough. That's enough right there to get the point.
Will it help if we?
If you crack a 5 or a 6, you can.
We have rampage.
Well, so it goes down to 9, and then, because you're kind of caught up in the fish, you can always roll your d6 for the turn to like struggle to make it harder for the fish to get away. You're struggling inside the fish's mouth, really. What's that?
Can I throw a dagger?
Struggle like a magic carp. Let's go.
Can I throw a dagger at one of the saws?
You're kind of inside its mouth, so you could draw daggers and like damage the inside of its mouth if you want to do that. Instead of trying to get out, you can just like flail your weapons around.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, it did a Rapunzel, right? A 3. Oh man, I rolled a 6. But we'll say that, you know, at first you were going to like struggle and thrash, but they're like, oh, let me get my weapons out. But as soon as you do, you can feel the tongue undulating under where you're standing, pushing your whole head and body up into the roof of its mouth. As its teeth around you start chattering and water starts kind of rushing in. But it did swallow a lot of that water, and so there is a moment where you could take a deep breath, like before more water washes in, and you're kind of back underwater again. So at least there's a moment in there where you're at least able to like try to breathe, because you haven't breathed in like a while, and you were like really choking for air as you were getting up to the surface. You hadn't quite made it. So at least you had an opportunity to try to breathe while you were stuck inside the mouth of this fish. Though when you drew your knives out, we'll say when your next turn starts, you'll be able to try to stab it or damage it. Because of the way it was like moving you around in its mouth, it's weird. Not to say that's weird, but it's kind of gross. But the same way that we would move stuff around in our mouth, I guess, you know. But then it comes right back around to the beginning of the next turn, so which two people will roll against the fish?
Us two, right?
Okay. Oh. Good day. Fish rolls a 2. Look at that. Takes it with a 6. Goes down to 8. Now go ahead and roll it now to thrash around with your knives.
Can I do a reroll?
Yeah. 4. Knives out. Nice. A 5. Ooh, and a 5. So, do you want to re-roll them?
Let's go.
A 5. So, trying your best to get your knives out and around it to cut it. You know, you lash out and it sinks into the side of the teeth, and you strike out this way, and you're not able to get a really good angle and leverage to find a place to strike or slash. Start of the next turn. Which 2?
Back to you two.
So it would be us two now. I guess we
Oh, okay.
rotate.
Yeah.
Fish roll a 2.
My bad.
It's a mystery.
Oh, it's
Look at that.
Oh,
Cracks
nice.
a 6. That brings it down by 2.
Oh, let's go.
Goes down to 7, down to 6.
You guys want some? Reroll.
Oh. No, the fairy.
Let's go.
So much going on.
Go ahead.
The ferryman's like, stop destroying my boat!
This time you're able to get both knives down under where you're standing at. Blood wells up instantly. It goes down as the distance decreases another 1.
Poor guy.
All right. Which 2?
It's y'all two now.
Oh, look at that. Knocked my number into a 2.
Let's go.
Wouldn't Slippy be on this side now? If we're reeling from this side?
Yeah.
Down to 4.
Yeah.
Slippy.
All right, go ahead.
What's it down to?
4. Ooh. All right, so resets back. Which 2?
Oh, yeah.
A 1. Oh!
Man.
The fish moves out 1, back up to 5.
How
Sheesh. All right, now here's your chance now.
it's like unfive chip.
All right, it goes back around.
Trying to kill the fish or something.
Got it. It goes back down to 4. All right, let's go. Oh, man. Which 2?
Y'all two.
A 3.
Oh.
Never beat my 3.
Oh my.
You'll never beat my 3. Ooh, he
Oh.
tied it.
He's gonna beat it. Oh,
And he tied it.
Oh, wow.
3 3s. Let's go. Roll them again.
I'm gonna roll it.
Roll them again. A 5. Let's
Oh,
go.
You go first.
Oh, dang, a 6.
Nice.
Roll it easy.
Oh! Knocked it into a
No
5.
way.
Knocked it into a
I
5,
tried.
and now all 3 of them are 5s.
That's insane.
Would you just look at that? Would you just look at it?
Look at it.
Would you just look at it? Another 3-way tie.
Man.
A 6.
Oh my gosh. Oh. We dropped it. Oh, there he goes.
6 is gonna walk.
I tried. I smacked.
Not
that.
even with an advantage can they catch this fish.
Crazy.
Let's go.
It's a heavy thing.
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Nice. That will take it down to 4. We'll take it down to 4. Which 2's next?
That's 2.
I hit the 6. I hit the 6.
Oh my god.
Oh, he tied me.
Nice. Let's do it.
Believe that. Tied my 6. A 3.
Alright, and then I'll re-roll, right? Or is that your...
Oh, yeah, let's just do the rerolls, and then if you want to roll a bonus.
Awesome.
Fish goes up to 5.
No.
Go ahead. A 6 again. This fish will not be caught. Whew. But yours doesn't cause it to sink any deeper, though. Which 2?
Is it fatiguing at this point?
Geez, I didn't think it was gonna go 10 turns.
I think if you, I think we went back and forth over 5 times.
It's been a few
So that
times.
would been like
I'll say 6. It's been at least 6 then.
They were closing in on it.
Okay, I'll say it's ability to start at turn 6. Which 2?
It's us 2.
Okay. A 5.
I thought you were gonna catch it.
I thought I was gonna catch it too. A 3. The fish goes out to 6.
oh
We gotta catch this thing that's got our buddy.
yeah, that's why we didn't catch it.
A 1.
There we go. You got that.
A 5. That's 4 away. So it goes back up to down to 5, and back down to 4. Look at that. Look at that's me and Caleb. I hit a 4.
Oh,
Ties the 4.
Do I roll a 4? Let's see.
A 3. We gotta roll them off.
Alright.
I'm not losing this time. I'm not losing this time. Oh, dang, I rolled a 2. We don't know what he rolled. Ooh,
nice.
cracks a
Hey.
6. That takes it down to a 3, and then down to a 2.
I'll re-roll my 6. We gotta fix
All right, the fish's distance is down to 2. Get a 2. And a 3. Nice. That brings it down to 1. The fish is down to 1.
Get the harpoon. I'm gonna throw 2 harpoons.
Yeah, I
right
wanna
now.
use a harpoon.
Here come a 2 for at the miss.
This is an onslaught. Oh.
It's a 4.
A 4. The hit the harpoon works. Are those 5s making your palm itchy, Will? It was a whole slew of 5s. So you did hit the 4 though, right?
Yep.
You stretch into the water, then yank it onto the boat.
That'd be pretty cool. I'll use stretch to help yank it up.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Would your heave skill help?
Yeah, would heave?
Well, it's
Or that's more for like the battle.
it's for while you're trying to catch the fish,
Yeah.
but
Alright then, I'll just use my stretch.
yep, he did hit the harpoon, hit the D4. You know how they do. They be throwing all the harpoons at one time.
Oh.
This is for my stretch.
A 3.
Okay.
So yeah, you know the fish itself is massive. As you pull its huge body out of the water, it splashes across the ferry with so much force that the ferry itself rocks up out of the water a little bit from the weight of it. We'll say it's an I'll call it a maroon whale.
Maroon whale.
Yeah.
Neat.
Is that technically Slippy's fish? Or like how we...
Oh yeah, as you guys caught it, and you know its mouth was kind of half open when it came out of the water. You did notice that there was something wriggling around inside of its mouth. As Slippy comes spilling out of its mouth,
With daggers out.
daggers out, swinging them around. You know,
You ain't eating me. I'm the one that eats.
I think it would be really funny if he just ate this whole big thing right now.
Yeah, can I attempt to eat it? I mean, it's kind of big.
yeah, you can always roll the D8 to try to use like your predating move on it.
Cool. It's well formed.
On a 5, you're because of how big it is, I mean, you can only really just stand over on top of it on a spot and try to sort of absorb it. But even doing that for more than a couple of minutes, as you know, everyone on the other side of it is trying to measure it and look at how big the size of it is. Some of the tail is still hanging over into the lake off the side of the ferry. It's just so huge. You can get a predate. I'll give me your character sheet because I'll.
Oh, it's pretty big. One of us could go inside and see if it ate anything.
Maybe there's some like armor in there that it can't pass, or
Maybe more specifically the gelatinous friend that we have.
I mean, you go in there.
That's true. He can probably fit.
maybe.
And we
I can use my giant cleaver and just cut a section off the side and just go in through the side.
That's true. That ain't
Yeah, we
just
could-
got it.
hey, cut sections of it too.
Can we attempt to fillet it?
Yeah, I could just fillet it up.
Yeah,
with
it's a
my-
massive,
with
it's a
the cleaver.
massive fish. So yeah, you can attempt to fillet it.
Yeah,
I'll give it to. Well, yeah.
I'll just fillet it with my giant cleaver.
I guess the main part of the fish will go into his inventory.
I'll give the main part of the fish back to him but I'll cleave it up for you.
Yeah. A 6. Roll it again. So I mean, you can hack off as many pounds of meat as you really want to at this point because it was such a huge fish. it just comes down to how much you want to take from it, really.
Let's go cook some up right now, and that way us and the ferryman can get some.
Yeah, we'll be well fed.
Yeah, I mean,
Coming
pretty big
into
fish.
town,
We thinking like,
won't be tempted by the expensive street food.
how many pounds would you say that thing was, or some kind of ballpark estimate?
Oh, I mean, massive, like 100. Wow. I'll say it was probably like a 500-pound fish.
500 pounds.
Each of us can get 100 pounds, and then we'll give 100 pounds of it to the ferryman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll give him the scraps.
We'll give
Yeah.
let's give him
Wow.
50 pounds, and then whoever like we come across as soon as we land, we just give them 50 pounds. Be like, or maybe not that much. I don't know. I was just trying to. I mean, yeah, we can just give them 100 pounds. I don't care.
That's mine.
There's a lot of fish.
So it's gonna take a good deal of time, even with the four of you, working together.
Can we work together?
Yeah. Do you want to roll for work together?
I work together.
Can we call it chop it up?
If you guys all end up matching, you can a 4, a 3. Good. And a 1. No matches.
I get to reroll my 4. Watch this.
So let him re-roll his 4. There you go.
It matches the 3. So who'd you match the 3 with?
That's me.
So and it takes a while. We'll say it takes about an hour standing around the thing, hacking meat off of it in huge hunks, before everyone has what they think could be about 100 pounds of meat, until the point to where its huge rib cage is just out there, and its head is hanging over one side of the water and its tail the other, as you've hacked the majority of its meat off of the midsection of its body.
I'd also like to take the tail.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
So we get 100 pounds of what's it called again?
Maroon whale meat.
Marine whale.
Or you can just call it meat. Yeah, you can just call it maroon. Yeah, you can call it that, maroon whale meat, if you want to.
Who's gonna cook it?
I could try cooking.
I only got torches.
Good enough. You got harpoons and torches. You just put the fish at the end of the harpoon, light it with the torch. Trial and error, get it eventually.
So then, will you just sort of push the rest of the fish carcass that's on the ferry over the side back into the lake?
Do you want to drag it behind us as bait?
Can we?
Oh yeah, that
Can
would
we
be
take,
good. That's the best idea.
Can we take your cleaver and chop it up into chunks, and then we take it as fish bait?
We can do that.
Oh yeah, we could. I have a
That'd be
mortar.
cool.
I have a mortar and pestle.
Oh,
Maybe like a weird fish paste or something.
We could chum the waters, and then we could probably get something crazy.
Yeah, get
We just
some-
got a 500 pound fish out of this lake.
We can give some back to the lake.
Yeah, a bunch of fish in that lake probably hated that well.
Saying it's a big lake. So you see, there's all kinds of things like that in the lower depths. Big stuff that takes a huge coordinated effort to catch. And enough time had passed upon having to catch that fish, and then hacking it into pieces and disseminating its meat amongst the crew. It comes to the point now to where if you look back north from the direction you're going into, you see the mountains are drawing much closer now, to where one section of them is sort of parting away as you're coming around it. And finally, up ahead, it must be the village of Shimmerset is coming into view up ahead. You can see, as you're coming around this direction, and this mountains are sort of fading out of view, and everything is sort of coming into focus. Up behind it, there is what looks like a small, it's like a miniature, like a little castle with a couple of towers and spires, and a big a couple of big buildings set up into the mountains. But and then you can even see from here what looks like the line of some kind of a wall at the base of the mountain, and then the village laid out in front of it. And it's more like there's a big wide swath of buildings on one side of the main street, another wide swath of buildings on the other side, with a wide path, a wide road going up the middle, and then the mountainside picturesque before it, with the scholars recluse, their little cluster of buildings nestled up into the mountains behind it. All of that coming into view as the ferry is making its slow course around. And there is a bit of a bay area right here in front of the village. And you can even see now, as you're drawing ever closer and ever closer, that there's actually a road coming around that leads right up to it, and that goes all the way around this perimeter side of the lake. And if you were to really look hard over your shoulder, into now what's the setting sun, you would see that there must be a spot in the mountains there where that road must go in between. It must be the only explanation, because you only see mountains around this edge of the lake as far as your view can take you. So there must be some kind of a pass or something in there for this road to go to, for it to lead anywhere, right? Just something that comes to your mind, because you see that road draw all the way along the perimeter of the lake, and draw up to the village as you're approaching it now on ferry. So you'll be there in just a few minutes.
I like to take the eyes of the whale.
It had 4 eyes. Two of them were on short stalks, and the other 2 were nestled up on the sides of its head. So it has 4 of them. Do you want to take all 4? Sure.
Very cool.
Absolutely.
You want a maroon whale law?
And yeah, I'll take one.
Maroon whale laws for everybody.
Shoot you.
Figure something with like magic and use it as a component for something.
You're right. Those things like that are always valuable in brews. And
Eye of whale.
I've been trying to
From
get that
Shimmer
whale
Set
out of the
Lake.
sectors.
you've had his eye on him, haven't you? So, and as it draws ever closer, you can see another, a boat or 2 or 3 sort of nestled up against the land there, and you don't really see like a whole lot of docks or docking areas. It really just is, it comes up to a sandy bit of a shore here, and there's like 1 or 2 bit of portions of wooden docking with a ship there, but there's nothing else. Almost as if there isn't really a lot of docking put here on purpose. So the ferry draws closer and closer until finally you can see the sand coming up below you, and it nudges against the land, allowing the 4 of you to hop off onto the shore. Turning back around, the ferryman just sort of nods at you and kind of looks at you guys. And he's taken you quite a ways, if you think about it, all the way up the river and across the lake. So he kind of just nods at the 4 of you, and he says, there's always a man here at about midday every day for a ferry. Just pay him, and he can take you back as far as you need to go. I guess in their normal runnings, you may see a ferryman here time and time again that can attempt to take you all the way across the lake. He might not be able to take you upriver, you know what I mean? But he can maybe take you all the way to any point on Somerset Lake or where it opens up into that river.
Tell him thanks for the ride and enjoy your whale.
Yeah, he said, it's a lot of fish meat. Thanks for the gift, boys. I appreciate it.
I'll play him a farewell tune.
Go ahead. A 3. You play him a slow, wistful melody of pipes as he, kind of just shrugs nonchalantly because he's heard you guys play tunes and do a lot of fighting and do all this crazy stuff on the ferry that he probably really never even seen before. So he's not surprised by your sudden little as he slowly moves the ferry around and off on the lake he goes. So turning back, it is just and you can see up the sandy beach, and it's only about 30 or 40 yards of that. It crests right up into hard-packed dirt in the edge of the corner of the road there, where the village of Shimmerset is kind of sprawled out in front of you. I mean, you see, a couple of small little inns right there as soon as you were to walk up. And it does go back, rows and several rows of different sizes and shapes of buildings on either side, letting you know that there must be hundreds and, maybe 1,000 or so people that must live in this village. So a good amount, right? And so you see a couple of crude shops there too. One that might sell items and general goods, another one that might sell whatever weapons and armor is here and there in trades. You don't see any smithy or any smithing happening in a city like this. I struggle to even call it a city because it is more like a village. That being said, you then see some what look like antique stores, and you see what look like mining stores with where people would buy pickaxes and helmets and carts and rails and things like that. Maybe there's mining that's done here. And then you see what look like streets that kind of cut back one way or the other to where it zigzags back deeper into those narrow spots behind the rows of the buildings. And you can see all of that sort of spanning out in front of you, but then you notice all the way at the other side of the village, because it's a wide swath of road straight down the middle where you can see almost all the way straight down to the end. You can see even now, right above the edge of that village limit is a high-looking wall, right? And then behind that, mountains stretching behind it. And, now that you're a little closer, you can see what must be the Scholar's Recluse behind that, nestled into the mountains. So now the village of Shimmerset stands before you. And there are some people out in the middle of the street here, and some more scattered down further as you go. And the shops look to be open, and even mingled amongst the various people that look like they're walking to and from their houses or walking to a shop. You see amongst them the occasional what must be a scholar, right? Tall person with purple or red robes, with books in their hand, hurriedly walking one place or another, or walking, mumbling to themselves with a book open, its pages in front of them as they're walking somewhere at random, not looking where they're going, but just reading. You see that scattered here and there throughout the street as well.
Yeah, it's like maybe you want to split up, get some shopping done, or
That's kind of what I was thinking.
and meet back up at the spot we're at now, and
Yeah.
after we're done.
Okay.
Maybe
I
try
got
to.
some magic items I'd like to see about selling here. See if they can give me any kind of a different price on it.
I would like to see if they can maybe enchant my bow.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get some money up so that when we go up to the scholar place, they might be able to maybe link me and my crow or something.
And so, because it was past midday when we started, and it's been some hours since then, we can say now that the sun is beginning to sort of settle in and set over the horizon, and so it is getting a little late in the day. So you would certainly have time to attend to any shopping or anything you want to do, or looking around in Shimmerset Village. You could definitely do that. Too many turns though, and it will get all the way dark, and then you'll either have to go to an inn for the night, or something like that along those lines, because it's going to get really dark and really late.
All right.
And so, where does everyone want to go for their turns?
Just real quick, does anybody think that it might be a good idea to just like forget everything and beeline it straight for where we were going?
We can. I guess we can come back and do the shopping afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. And plus, we've got those other guys making us money back at the other place.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the same time, I got 400 mil, and I know that the enchantment.
Well, you got money to spend.
Yeah, but
Money to
I got
spend.
like
but
1300?
linking me and that crow though, that's gonna be expensive. So I'm not gonna have it. If they can even do it. It's even
we can just go there. I can go with you, or we could split up, or
Yeah, I mean,
it might be best if we all go if it's main story.
Yeah. You wanna go?
Main story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just kind of skip the
We can like
shopping and stuff for now.
party
We can
tonight.
come back to
Yeah.
it.
We can like buy ourselves stuff.
Right.
We did just come from a villager shops.
Yeah, I mean, I've got full HP, almost full AP, so I mean,
Let's go
Looking
shopping
good.
afterwards.
yeah.
Yeah. Can I attempt to pickpocket somebody on the way there?
Can I also do that?
Bunch of thieves. Bunch of thieves.
He threw his pencil down.
Yeah.
In disgust.
Yeah, of
Can I
course.
hear, like, the difference in their steps and know what they're doing. Because I want to try and pickpocket too.
What? You
But I'm
definitely
blind.
can. You
Can
def-
I use predate hide while we're pickpocketing?
Yeah, that'll cause you to, hide in an alleyway or behind a building or. Street.
We made it to Somerset, fellas. It's causing chaos.
Yeah.
So you kick us out of here so we never have to come back.
You're on your hide.
It's kind of like our theme.
Ooh, a 1.
Ooh, you don't hide very well. You're hiding behind us.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to attempt it, but yeah, you're really going to try to be hiding in plain sight.
I guess I'll go next since I have the skill. 1d8.
Picking pockets.
What is that?
A 3.
What?
A 1.
Oh.
Let's go.
So he slides shiftily up behind an elderly couple while they're shuffling somewhere, and actually accidentally bumps up against this poor lady, and she goes, "Oh, sorry." Her little purse slips over her shoulder while her other bag drops. You help her with her things, but that was more than enough time for you to reach inside her little purse that slipped over her shoulder and take something out.
Oh, what did I get?
It's a handful of little toffee candies.
You got some caramels, bro.
I'm gonna put it with my lollipop.
That's great.
What'd you call them? Coffee candy?
The toffee candies.
Coffee.
Gonna start a shop called because she confiscated candy.
I'm gonna like poison these candies and like give them out.
Oh, you're gonna be that guy at Halloween, huh? Okay. Were you also attempting a pickpocket?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Do I use the D6?
Or
Or didn't he do it? Or do I do D8 too?
if
Mine's
you-
a skill.
Yeah, because I'm just doing it.
Yeah, I guess yours would be a D6.
oh yeah, just be a D6 then. Yeah. Oh, hey, no, you go ahead. You roll and I'll roll the reaction. Okay. So
The darkest age.
So he rolled a 5 on my 2, so he actually just strafed more over towards the side of the street to where the shops are, and he just kind of walked by one that had right in front of the door where a little open cart with a little can with some things sticking out of it, and he just kind of walked by and reached out and grabbed them out of the can and put them in his pocket and then kept walking.
What was it in the can?
They appear to be like wooden dowels.
How many of them?
Like you grab a little handful of them, you grab like 5 of them.
Sick.
How long are they?
They're like a foot long.
Dude, you can make some really thick arrows.
Oh yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Like a bolt.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Good deal.
So that will well, that was one turn, and do you really want to attempt to try to do the same thing?
Yeah.
Roll a 1d12.
Hey, come on, Irving, roll a 12.
Because he needs to hit a high number for a success rate.
Roll a 12. That's a 2.
Ooh.
I don't even want to look at that.
I hate to see it.
So
I'm gonna get beat up.
so you put your hands out instinctively in front of you and try to reach around until you feel something. You put your hand on someone's back, and then you put both your hands on their back. It's not drum, it's not slippy, and it's not sprinkles. You then hear a woman's voice say, excuse me. You put your hands up.
Pardon me, ma'am. I can't even see you.
A pickpocket attempt unsuccessful.
Yeah. She doesn't even say anything back. She sleeps.
Yeah, she's just like,
You're just standing there staring into nothingness, assuming she's still there.
I'm just looking past her.
yeah, she. Yeah. I mean, you don't really sense anyone around right in front of you, so she must have walked away.
Nice.
I'm gonna,
I'm gonna be like,
we're gonna
Y'all
get
see that?
predate song while we're on our way.
Oh, go ahead.
try.
So you start blaring out what must be whale song. If you're underwater, it may be able to allow you to communicate or even convey messages to some kind of fish. But above ground like this, you're just going.
I didn't know you speak well.
Yeah, and it's just a lot. Yeah. And people walking past you one way or another down the street are just like, oh, is that Ravy Boy? Oh, welcome back.
Welcome back.
There were some sixes that were rolled tonight. Oh man, some triple sixes during a fishing game, nonetheless. Legendary. And it gets the attention of a lot of people around you as you were doing it, as the four of you were marching up the center of the street, up towards the other side of the village up ahead.
If we have some attention now, I guess maybe we should stop.
Well, I don't know. Maybe just never run in with a blind guy. You know, nothing out of the ordinary.
I guess you can just always stumble around
Yeah, I mean, it's not like.
blind and like they'll just never suspect anything.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Just keep using the song to distract me.
Maybe, I don't know, if I run into somebody who just doesn't care. I don't care.
The power of I don't care.
Oh no, my weakness. It's a wall.
Oh, don't be like that.
We're all gonna stop as we approach it, and you're just gonna keep going.
I hear everybody else stopping. I'm like, weird.
Why'd you slow down?
We'll see.
Oh no.
That's all right.
I walk into people.
But then this takes the four of them up the wide swathing street of the village of Shimmerset. And the buildings here are crude and rudimentary, out of basic, that clay brick or adobe brick, or even just rounded, smoothed over dirt into big rounded over like huts that are like 8-10 feet tall. All sorts of manners of buildings like that, set up and behind each other. As you walk closer to what now you see before you is a big white wall, right? And the bricks themselves have been long faded and chipped and worn over the fact that it must be been here for, who knows, a couple hundred years maybe. And so it's where you see there's lines and cracks and grooves in it, but it is still massive, tall wall. It's got to be 18 feet tall. There is a big heavy black gated double set doors that look like they have a couple of soldiers standing outside of it, and they look to be And they look to be dressed not like normal guards that you've seen, because you've seen guards in cities and castles and things like that. But these three are dressed differently. They're wearing what look like robes, but they must be some kind of like fighters' robes, because they're not loose and hanging at the arm and wrist. They're tight, and they're all and they're up to the elbow, allowing for bare arms and for easy movement. But it's all robes after that, and they have hoods that are set back, and they're different patterns and colors. But they have like reds and purples streaking through them with different insignias and different marks on them.
These look like mighty mages.
So as the four of you approach, the three of them were all kind of just standing there, milling around. And so then as the four of you approach, suddenly, and one of them, I say one is a tall-looking, what might be like a half-orc, half-human fellow, with long braided hair set over his face, maybe a broad shoulder under his battle robes. And then there's a woman next to him with what looks like, half her hair is jet black, and the other half is like stark white. And she has it tied back loosely behind her, with the same kind of purple and red crimson battle robes on. Then she's shorter in stature, but she kind of she was looking up at the orc fellow, like kind of laughing at something he said. And the third fellow, looks to be more of a fighter type. He has the battle robes on, but he has swords crossed over his back and a helmet over his head. So you can't really see much of his features. But he was just kind of standing there leaning up against the wall with his arms crossed. So as the four of you approach, let me see. Let's put a roll here for that. So loud, isn't it? Sorry, y'all. Sorry, y'all, if that blew you guys up. So, as the four of you approach, all of a sudden, the big half-orc fellow, kind of gets a serious look on his face, straightening up his robes and kind of checking himself, right? And the young lady kind of just looks at the four of you, like, with a puzzled look on her face. And this guy, leaned up against the wall over here with his arms crossed, doesn't seem to move at all. But as you get closer, you can see two glowing eyes underneath the slits of the helmet. And again, they're all kind of standing in front of the black double-set doors. Oh, man. In front of the black double-set doors that are right here, with the wall, imposing in either direction.
I'll balance up to him.
Bounding up to them, you say,
The prefect has told us to meet with the scholar to teach us of the old ways. Who are you finally robed individuals?
right to the point, roll d6. You say, the prefect from Hamlina has sent us a long way to meet these scholars and to hear about the old ways. It's like, do they live here? The young girl, she's a half elf, just kind of looks at you wide-eyed, looking back amongst the three of you. It's just like, oh, this is some kind of a trick, right? It's like, no one really kind of comes here to talk to these bookworms. They just kind of sit back there and read their books. It's like, no one's come to talk. And she starts scratching her head. The big orc fellow on the other side of her says, oh, it's been many a year. It's like, but it's strange to see anyone wanting to come to speak to them. It's like, especially this and looking at the four of you. It's just like, I think we should probably go and tell them. This big guy here, with his arms crossed up against the wall, been looking, staring a hole at you since you kind of walked up, just kind of looking at you. And all you see is the slits of light under the helmets, right? Just kind of looking at you, kind of staring, right? And they're kind of talking back and forth about, well, maybe we should let them in. Oh, well, maybe we should wait and ask them what's going on. It's like, oh, well, we should know. Maybe they're here for trouble. And then all of a sudden, he just kind of interrupts what their two are talking about. Stepping away from the wall, he purposely takes a step forward, glaring at Drum. And he says, I feel like I've seen you somewhere. He's like, yeah, I know I've seen you somewhere before. He's like, I'm pretty sure you're trouble. He says, I've got a bad feeling.
Okay, racist. I'd like to step up, show off my robes, be like, I am no trouble. I'm one of y'all. We're friends.
Stepping closer, they see, that you're a Namekian. That you're green skin complexion, with, pointy ears, sharp teeth when you talk, and that even your muscles, have the same familiar look as you were, as you're 100% Namekian. And so as soon as you draw closer, this half-orc here, it's like, well, hey, well, now that you mention it, he's like, I know I've seen you in a book somewhere, now that I've mentioned it. He's like, I know I have now. And the young girl turns over to the orc and says, oh, that's crazy. And he goes, well, no, that's not crazy. She's like, yeah, I didn't think you'd bought into any of those books that they go on about in there. And he goes, oh, well, I don't. They just pay me to sit here and guard the gate. And now they're kind of going back and forth because she's making fun of him now because, she's like, oh, you read books? Oh, okay, well, you should tell. He's like, oh, no, it isn't like that. But again, he's kind of staring. This third one is kind of staring at you like he's kind of suspicious. But then he finally says, he's like, they're gonna bicker all day. He's like, let's just settle this between us. He's like, I've been itching for some action all day.
Well, partner, you want action? You've got it. As I slowly take off my robe.
Okay.
That was my kid.
He as everyone kind of backs up, making a semicircle here, he steps up and again you see that he's got the battle robes on, but he has plate armor over it, swords on his back, and a helmet over his head. So as you slowly take off your outer robes and you just stretch your muscles a little bit, and you're like getting ready to kind of fight him one-on-one, you see him reach kind of back behind him and click and his swords and his holsters for his swords, he takes them off and he kind of throws them down on the ground. And then he takes his helmet off, and all this brown hair just all spills out everywhere. He's got super long hair. And he does this thing where he whips it back in the wind a little bit, and he clenches his fists like this. He says, "All right." It's like, let's see what you're made of. Five. A 4. He steps in close, trying to punch you, and you actually dodge the first one. But in stepping back, he lunges out with a kick in your midsection, hitting you square on, causing you to stumble back even further. Coming around with his other hand, he attempts to hit you hard across the face with a 6.
Oh, Lord. Oh, dude. It's not a good sign.
Oh.
Oh, my Lord. That's a terrible sign. This is not good.
A 6! Let's go! Catching his fist with your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, are we doing re-rolls on the 6?
Oh, go ahead. Catching his fist with your hand, you bring your other hand around in a strike. With a 2. Ooh, and
Oh,
a
man.
6. You hit him right on his face. His face takes the impact of your punch and doesn't move. He just kind of looks at you with your fist like still right up there against his face, just looking at you like, He then tries to, again, kick you again so hard this time as to take you off your feet with a 6.
Oh my lord, this guy.
You take that right in your midsection, boof, as your feet leave the ground as you find yourself landing on your chest, sliding backwards a couple of feet.
I'd like to say, Slippy, play me some music.
You'll play him a tune? You have something you want to play?
Yeah, I'll play him some sweet chin music. I'll hit him with a predate kick.
Oh, you're gonna attack? You're gonna hit this guy?
Yeah, I'm gonna use the kick to knock him back.
I like that as a code, yeah. Slippy, strike up the band.
Nice, a 5. Lunging at him, you kick him, catching him totally off guard because he was, lunging this direction with the kick. You fly up behind him and slam into his back so hard with the kick, it sends him sprawling forward, landing on his chest and sliding forward, almost to the point to where he up against the building here. So you knocked him back a good 6-7 feet. He gets up, spins and looks at you, almost as completely surprised that, you're about waist high to him, that you had enough force and power to knock him off his feet that far. As you kind of stand up, he lets out a bellowing roar and charges straight towards you as hard as he can.
Bring it on, me, Green.
It's a 4.
I'm rolling for 8.
Or you can use your move.
I'm a predate kick him again.
Okay. With a 4.
Gotta roll it again.
So this time, the force of your kick was just enough to where as he was charging towards you, you hit him, boom, at the same time he hits you. Bam, and you're like motionless in the air for a moment from the force of the impact. As the both of you slam each other really with all the force you could muster. As you land right in front of him, and he like reels back from the swing, a dawn of respect comes over his eyes. He's like, oh, and I thought all this time that fellow was going to prove to be a fight. He said, but you're the real challenge, aren't you?
Can I tackle him while he's talking?
Sure, go ahead, roll a d6. A 5. He's over here like paying respect to him. He's like, oh, well, you actually put up a really good fight. Broadside tackling him. You catch him straight on, knocking him clean over. He lands like dirt going in his mouth as he slides another several feet. And the both of you are on top, right in front of this half-orc, half-human fellow. As soon as you look up, he's just like, all right, we get the point. Getting up, he helps him up to his feet. He's like, do you feel better? Did you get to blow off a little steam?
Can I speak up and say,
I gotta grab his swords.
He threw them off. Well, I don't know that you're going to get the chance. He threw them off. Oh, no, wait, no. Roll d6. A 4, you're not going to make it there in time because he threw them off over here. So as you're going to run over here, she's already going to be like, oh, well, she's going to run over there and kind of notice and kind of grab them. You just didn't make it in time. But after having seen your feats of strength and your displays and the way you fought and your prowess, and the fact that the prefect, you said the prefect had sent you here, this half orc, half human fellow is gonna be like, well, it's like I haven't really seen anyone come around in a long time, so this has got to mean something, right? And the girl's like, well, I don't know, but if you want, I'll run up there and I guess I'll let them know.
happened in a long time or happening.
He says, "All right, we'll go on ahead then." She holds her hands out in front of her like this, like white sparkles of magic begin to radiate from her fingers, and she just starts floating in the air. And she floats up, and you actually see her kick off of the top of the wall once she gets over the top of it, and just starts floating lazily away towards, back up towards where the recluse section of buildings are, back up higher up on the mountain. She's just floating up there. After a moment, she's kind of a little speck. So, turning back around.
I offer the orc that he tackled
Mhm.
a pound of maroon whale meat.
You want to? Is it cooked?
No. We didn't cook anything.
Well, let me see if you'll accept it. Hold on. A 6. Okay.
He loves that.
2 6s.
It's like how Mama used to make.
And 4.
No, man.
Wow, he was eager to accept the gift, thanking you heartily for it.
No
So-
hard feelings.
Yeah, and there was no hard feelings because he goes on to explain that they don't really get anyone coming up here for anything. So most of their days are spent away standing up against this wall, kind of, talking to people that go by if they want to talk. I mean, most times they don't.
I asked them if there's any songs they sing while they sit here and wait to pass the time.
They say, "Oh well, Sharissa, she's the one that that sings all the songs. Maybe she can sing you one when she gets back."
Okay.
They go on to explain.
Oh, and I asked them what their names are.
Oh,
And I tell them I'm Slippy. This is Drum. The cat over there. The sneaky one is Sprinkles. And that's Urban. He's blind.
all right. Well,
We're always asking him what color something is.
While he's talking to him, can I be sarcastically glaring at the guy like he was glaring at me earlier? But I'm doing it very sarcastically.
oh yeah, no,
Okay.
just staring a hole right at him. So they go on to say that their names are the half orc fellow, his name is Brog, and he's like, oh, and the sword fighter here, his name is Kailu. He's like, he's the one that likes to, test people's strength. He's always going on about the heart of the warrior and how you can get to know someone by fighting them. And Kailu goes, well, it's true. You can learn a lot about someone by fighting with him. Brog kind of rolls his eyes and goes, sure, man. They're paying us the same amount to stand out here all day.
And Kylo, did you want to spar?
Kailu,
You just got done.
Kailu is like, is that big bird talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. I just saw you get beat up.
It's like, because you're looking at that villager over there. I was kind of curious.
Oh yeah, well, you'll have to excuse that part. But yeah, I'm talking to you. I said your name.
Swings his wig around. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Just
Okay.
the opposite way.
Yeah. While Sharissa is delivering the message for you, it's like, heck yeah, I'll spar.
Nice.
You want to challenge him ahead of rock?
I think just a regular sparring match.
You won't challenge him to deathmatch.
No. He might beat me up.
Put your soul on the line.
That's a lot to put on the line. Let's do it, man.
4.
Oh,
And a 3.
no. No.
What up, Rocks the Revenheart? Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Appreciate you tuning in, man. Thank you. We are, they just got to the wall here right in front of the the Scholar's Recluse here in Shimmerset. And while they're waiting for that young girl to go deliver the message, they just want to, they want to spar this guy Kailu out in the middle of the street, to which he was happy to do. And he started out kind of feinting an attack, like he didn't think you were going to be able to see it coming or dodge anyways, but you visibly flinched. Noted. So, being kind of puzzled by that, right? He then attempted to kind of swoop low and kind of like sweep you off your feet, which he then kind of grabs you around your waist and lifts you up into the air. Roll d6. Yeah. Look at that. You rolled a 6 on my 1. Roll again.
On a 6, could I like attempt to just flap my wings and pick them up instead? And then just
2
let it
6s.
down?
2 6s.
Maybe I'll learn to fly. Category.
A 2. So what you're able to do though is easily sort of break free from his grasp and putting both knees up to your chest to where your feet are on his chest, flaring out your wings while pressing off of him at the same time. He forcefully slams his back into the ground as now you're lifted up 8 feet in the air with your wings fluttering out around you. Boom. Boom. So now roll another d6 to drop down onto him.
And just like a big dropping kick. With
Up 6.
another 6.
Falcon dog.
He had a 1. You come slamming down so hard that one foot is like, right over his face, with the other one, boom, right next to him. Like, you could have stomped on his face and really ended his life, and you just chose not to. Right? The force from the wind even, whoosh, rushing down over his face, blowing a little dust out in the street from how hard you landed. Rolling over to
Oh no. For the
oh
whole
man,
night.
the whole night, Rocks.
Happened.
Oh man. Got stuck in got locked in a bus station for the night. Pretty crazy.
Oh my God. You're there now.
I mean, that's your bus station.
Yeah.
You can really do what you want.
Trapped in there with you.
Figure if you're in, it would be easier to get out, but.
Really, all the alarms go off and you're like,
Hey, that's great sometimes though.
Oh, that's right. I know that's right. Making me hungry. So, as Kylo gets back up to his feet, he was just like, "Well, you're pretty fast."
Yeah.
I thought he was blonde.
I am. I go for a handshake.
Yeah. Okay. Roll a d6 for a handshake.
Nice.
4. A 4.
Hey, we matched. Nice.
Look at that. Says, "Oh, you guys are something else. I've never seen moves like that before." He's like, "Man."
I've never seen moves like
Hey,
yours before.
And as
But you can't see.
And as you have been sparring, if you would have been looking at the other fellow Brog, he would have just been watching you fight. Again, his just kind of for a moment, kind of in awe, but then again, like some kind of thoughtful reflection seems to come over his face as he's watching you, and he's just kind of like, for a moment, like there's something heavy weighing on his mind. And you guys continue to kind of tussle around and spar here and there, and kind of, just while you're waiting for Sharisa to come back. And after a while, you start to see her off in the distance, sort of floating slowly this way. It's at the point now to where it's gotten so dark to where the sun has crept all the way over the horizon. spilling night into Shimmerset Village. And it's at this time that torch runners always come out lighting torches and planting torches into the ground, and making sure that the whole middle of the street, and the sections in front of the wall are all well lit and illuminated with torchlight. And I don't know if you've ever been in a village like that before where they have torch runners, but it's just a group of people that when it gets dusk, they're the ones that just run out and light torches and light things and set things, and they light the whole town at dusk. So for you to watch it is something interesting if your character had never really witnessed it before. Torch runners. But from there, you eventually see Sharisa kind of float back down and land and stand in front of where everyone is kind of at. She said, "Oh well, I let them know. They said to be here first thing in the morning, and they'll let them in. Did you hear that?" And Kyla was like, "No way." Brock, his eyes just got wide. She's like, "Yes, they'll actually let them in. Can you believe that? I don't think I've ever seen any of them come down to let someone in before."
I'll bound over to Sharisa and ask her if she'll sing us songs at the tavern.
She says, "Oh, at the tavern." 3. She says, "Well, it's my turn to watch the post tonight."
Well, I can stay here and watch the post with you then.
Okay, you definitely can. As far as everybody else, you can go to one of the inns, and you may have to pay a little bit of mill for a room, but you could stay there for the night.
Let's see if any of the shops are still open.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So knowing that they're going to grant you access in the morning, you're able to walk away and head back down into the village. Are you going with, or will you stay?
I'll stay.
Okay. It takes the 3 of you right back down into the village of Shimmerset, where again some places are closing or closed now because of the fact that the sun is set, and there's bright twinkling stars overhead in the sky, the little wisp of a cloud here and there, but it's another bright, picturesque, starry lit night sky. A little harder to see because of the torchlights all around you, but still picturesque nonetheless. You can go to any of the small little shops that you see here. There's some places that are open, are a place that sells like food, like baked goods and food. Another place that will sell like basic tools for like smithing or for weapon making, any kind of basic items and stuff like that. We'll say the item shop is still open, although it is closing because of the time of night it is. And then towards the other end of the village, the two big taverns that are kind of situated in Shimmerset. We'll call one. You see 2 taverns, one on one side of the street and one on the other. And they're like small little inns, but they do look like they have like little bars set inside the bottom floor of them, the way that you see people ambling in and out. This one over here is called the Mountainside, and this one over here is called the Lakeside. So any of the shops are, lay out before you, or the taverns themselves.
So we go shopping? Is the magic shop open?
Is the tailor open?
No.
I'm going to the magic shop.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow.
Yeah, I'll just go
Follow
on
my
it.
cat.
Okay. So when that's about halfway down through the village, and it's one of the bigger stores, and that it is open a little later. It's a 2-story place that actually has its own side street. But walking in front of it, it's got those 2 big double doors that you can kind of push in, and you do. And there are still 1 or 2 people, or what you call customers, in here rummaging through shelves or poring over racks. But it is a big, jumbled mess of different kind of items, hodgepodge in different rows that make 3 or 4 little aisles. And on the other side of the store, a big hard set oak counter with a couple people scurrying around behind there, helping, maybe packing things away for the night, doing final counts. But you see all different sorts of regular healing items and healing herbs. You see some kind of basic wands and staves and rods and things like that too, and they're basic wooden components. But you do see big polished precious stones that can be set into rods and things like that they sell here. And you also see some books and some tomes set up on one of the corners. And they also have, let's see, up where the countertop is, you can see behind it on some higher shelves, they might have some more rare trinkets and some other magical items.
Do they have sell any enchanted bows?
They do not have any enchanted bows, no.
Can they enchant equipment?
Can you enchant my crew?
So we'll say the shop had 2 people working there, right? And one of them can perform base level enchanting.
Okay.
And that was level 1 enchanting.
Alright, and was it 250?
I will
250 million.
haggle. But you didn't see that coming. What was that? Can't see
A
it.
1.
Great.
Oh, thanks for shielding me.
Alright, I'll pay 250, and I guess so. Like level 1 enchantments, are they just like elemental enchantments? Can they do something more specifically attuned to archery for this, or like is it, like can they just upgrade it with like an elemental to give an elemental attack with the arrows, or?
Level 1.
I'd rather not do elemental. I'd rather do something more specific.
Level 1 enchanting is all the basic elements, and it's also the basic, how do I say, the basic properties of something. Basic attacking, basic blocking, basic jumping, basic diving, basic...
Okay.
You can try to enchant something into something that accentuates one of those motions or movements.
Okay. Alright.
Or if you have something that already has a property, it can work to increase it.
Well then, I guess I will just.
What if you could shoot 2 arrows at once?
Oh.
It's funny. I know Faith used to watch. I don't know if she still watches Unspeakable, but one of those people that like intentionally lock themselves into a place at like a Walmart or a Costco. They hide up in like the shelves and they wait for everyone to lock up and leave, and then they just kind of run around with their little camera on them and like run around and mess around the store all night.
Yeah. So yeah, can they go ahead?
You vlog that.
That's true.
Can I do an enchantment to fire 2 arrows at one time?
2 arrows.
Shoot twice at once. Or like, can I just attempt that physically?
I mean, it's hard. I mean, you can, but it's such a high level of difficulty. I don't imagine, like, because you're trying to hold on to both arrows at once and knock them at the same time, draw them back, and have them both fire at the same thing.
Or you like
Yes.
shoot 1 arrow and then like as it goes through like the the knocking thing, or unknocks itself, it like duplicates itself on the way there.
It would just automatically loads my arrow. Like I shoot one, bam, it's gone. Then I have another one. I don't have to pull it out. Just.
Wow, that's higher than a level 1 enchantment. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Well.
Sounds like
is
auto
that like an
load.
aiming?
It sounds like auto load.
Is there like an like an aimbot?
Aimbot.
Not aimbot.
Aimbo.
Just something that helps me aim a little better.
You hear him asking for aimbots in this TTRPG, asking for aimbots.
I just want someone who's gonna help me shoot the bow better. Like, is there anything that's gonna help me shoot the bow better? Not necessarily like an elemental thing, but
You could just practice shooting a bow.
Dismisses that idea. Practice
who's got
shooting
time
the
to
bow.
practice?
Practice shooting the bow. Look, Rox is like training, bro.
Alright, I don't know. Kind of like enchant it with like electrical, elemental.
Sure.
Let's go for that. 250.
250. So
And I'm
it'll,
gonna use my cypress bow.
nice. So it'll be called the Cypress Shock Bow.
Cypress shock bow.
What they say in chat?
Rox says shoot squirrels. Now that the bow has a lightning property, he may cook the squirrel when he shoots it.
Ah,
Go for
talk
it.
about convenient.
Talk about convenient.
Shoot the water, shock the fish.
So what is the cypress bow?
Cypress Shock Bow.
Okay.
All right. Does anybody else, while you're there in the shop, have any business?
I would like my longbow to get enchanted with a fire elemental.
250 mil for that.
I would
please.
like to attempt to haggle.
Please attempt to haggle.
Oh
He
man.
rolled a 1. I ought to charge him more. 250.
I have two
And your
daggers.
cypress bow will be called the
No,
cypress.
mine's a longbow.
Oh, then it's called the Oh damn. Then it's called the. What a tribute! I'm gonna call it the Fire Rain Bow.
Oh, cool. He's got a really cool name.
It's a longbow, so
I have a long
And
bow
so it's-
too. Oh, I should upgrade them.
different that it's gonna shoot like a fire bolt, like. You know, like he can shoot a firebolt from pretty far away.
It's pretty cool. You can like start a fire somewhere.
Yeah. If you guys set a trap, because any guys have watched enough movies, you know, I gotta set some elaborate traps with
Pour a
oil
bunch of
and,
gas. And,
and then just.
Lure some campers.
are we going in turns or can I get something else?
Yeah, he got his. Go ahead.
I just had a couple things I wanted to get priced if you could, and
Okay.
then if they're good, then I would like to enchant my daggers.
Oh, enchant them with.
Thinking just like hot and cold, like fire and ice, maybe.
Well, they could enchant it with one element, but not both.
Oh, I meant like an enchantment on one and an enchantment on the other.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they could do fire on one, but not ice on the other, because ice isn't one of the basic elements.
Okay. Which ones were available?
Oh, water, fire, earth, and wind, and lightning.
You do fire and wind.
So that would be 250 apiece.
Yeah.
Spending the big money right now.
Yeah, and I wanted to see what you would be able to pay for a this D12 magic D12.
I was like,
The dodecahedron.
It's like, oh, that's quite an interesting object. I was like, I could probably give you about 250 mil for it.
I'll sell it. It's a one-use item.
Sold
I
it.
used the 250 mils.
Yeah, see, they're all ending up with they're enchanting elements into their weapons now.
What about this floaty feather?
Oh, that's another rare item. He'll give you another the 250 mil for it.
Okay, I'm gonna keep the 250. I'm gonna keep it for 250. I'll use it for something. Put it in a piece of armor or something. And I think that'll do it.
Okay.
So that goes up by 250. That'd be 650. So I'd have 150 left after I paid the 500 to enchant it with fire. And
Yep.
wind.
So lightning bow, fire bow, and you equipped, and you have a.
Oh, yeah. So lightning bow, fire bow.
You
Can I
did-
do an
An earth dagger and a wind dagger.
Yeah.
So then the wind dagger, you can call it the gust dagger,
Okay.
and you can call the other dagger the rock dagger.
Sick.
Spending the big bucks to get things enchanted, and I almost thought about trying, and using materia in a campaign is never a bad idea, like, because it's basically just as like a stone that teaches you a spell or has a skill in it. Because rocks is, yeah, Gust Dagger. It's pretty tech, right? They're already spending, they're already spending their hard-earned money. As soon as the level 1 enchanting option came available, it's like laying out coins, laying out money.
Take my money. One more thing. Do you have any AP potions?
Oh, they do sell AP potions in this shop. There are AP potions for sale,
Very nice.
but there would only really be enough for anyone to really. It's only about 2 per customer.
Okay. Well. How much would you give me for? I don't even remember what it does, but a panacea.
Something like cures you of diseases.
That is what a panacea does.
It does cure you of. How much would you give me for it?
Ooh, that's worth like 100 mil.
What about this ivory dice set?
Don't sell that.
Okay.
Whew, boy, trying to sell some ivory dice.
Don't sell that. We'll use that after we do like a main story boss or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're definitely putting the enchanter to work right now. And if they got the money to do it, then I'm all for it. They've been working hard to earn this money.
I'll just take an AP potion and try to. I was gonna try and sell some more stuff, but I kind of like what I got.
AP potions are 150 mil.
I am gonna try to.
They're expensive. 2 per customer.
What about these 2 large bottles of champagne? Will you give me anything for those?
They're worth about 50 mil apiece.
Yeah, I'll sell those.
Huh. He had 2 large bottles of champagne in his inventory. How did they get there?
Should have drank them.
Actually. And then. Dang, I was just trying to get 50 more mil.
I'll
Sorry,
give you
I'm taking
50 mil.
sick. Okay, alright, I'll take both of the AP potions I can buy and go to 0 mil.
Well, you got.
Oh yeah, you can sell that.
Yeah, it's true. Rocks enchanting. They don't get many opportunities in a game like this to do enchanting. This is the first opportunity they've actually had in this game.
I had one opportunity to enchant something, and I used it on my commander cloak.
Ah, yes.
That's true, yeah.
Yes, he did. So the opportunities are few and far between. So it's.
That was like that was like the second or third session.
But while everyone is doing their enchanting, Slippy was still at the wall, hanging out with Brog, Kailu, and Sharisa. You wanted her to go ahead and try to sing something, or what did you want to?
I wanted to ask Teresa because Brog and Kalu told me that she knows songs.
She blushes and says, "They shouldn't talk about stuff like that." She's like, "But yeah, I can sing songs."
Would you be willing to sing one for me? And I'll stay here on guard with you.
She says, well, let's see if she does. She rolled a 3. She goes, I really don't think I'm comfortable doing it right now.
Well, I'll play a song. That way you're not singing or making music by yourself.
Okay, well, you have a skill you want to use. You just want to play tune.
Just tune.
A 6. You start playing a slow, jazzy kind of a song. She rolls a 1. She goes to sing and goes.
Hey, you know what that song sounds like? And I'll use a predate song.
Nice. He says, "Oh, that song reminds me of something," and then he starts going. As he plays whale song. Well, that could have been plotted out any better.
How did Kylo and Brog feel about it?
They're both, doubled over laughing. Kylo was wiping a tear out of his face, and Brog was, he was kind of straight-faced at first, but he started chuckling when you started really playing the heavy whale song. So they're both dying laughing over there. So it's the four of you were over there, I guess, kind of hanging out, and you guys have finished your shopping. Was there any other places you wanted to go?
Before we leave the magic shop, I do want to inquire. Are they capable of enchanting a fishing rod?
Oh, certainly.
Yes.
I would like to have my fishing rod enchanted.
It'll cost 250 mil.
I will like to haggle. Dang it.
Trying to haggle
Take every one you can get.
a 2.
Better than one.
And haggle is not successful.
250 it is. What's the fishing rod now?
So now you can call it a Yeah, now you can call it a river rod. We'll say in small places like ponds and rivers where it normally would only go up to a D8, that rod will still give you a +2 on those rolls.
Oh, nice.
But on lakes and 10s and things that are higher, it's just a normal fishing rod.
Okay. Is it a +2?
Yeah,
Smaller?
+2 on small fishing areas.
Cool.
There was something else I wanted to enchant too.
Well,
Could
dang.
they possibly enchant my quiver?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to ask that
Enchanting
as
the
well.
quiver. Enchanting the arrow quiver itself, like the holster for the arrows. You want to enchant it with fire magic?
No, I don't actually.
I do, because I have the fire thing anyway, so I want that.
I
Yeah.
don't want.
Interest.
The bow is a shock bow, so I guess whatever I do to the quivers. What if I can have multiple quivers and just put arrows in wherever I want them to be?
Well, I mean, technically, you could just equip the arrow out of your inventory
Yeah.
and just use it like that.
I have a quiver. I remember a guy, he gave me the quiver, and it was a quiver of arrows that we got on the first day.
It'd probably be a lot faster to get it out of the quiver, though.
wants to enchant the quiver.
Well, I mean, is there, what are the possibilities that he can chant it with, or what are the options? Elementals and...
Yeah, as far as the quiver itself, he can give it like a toughness to make it so it won't take damage.
Maybe a speed thing? Maybe let it shoot it faster?
But it's the quiver though, it's not the bow.
Yeah.
So you can't really enchant the quiver unless you start enchanting it now to give a buff on someone when they wear it. A level 1 enchantment would make almost a marginal or no difference, but once you start putting enchantments on it and stacking it, then it becomes like a legendary accessory that'll give you a buff when you equip it.
Never mind. I don't want to do that. This, can they identify this midnight headband for me?
A midnight headband? Yeah, that appears to be it's some kind of magically enchanted headband. It's supposed to assist in hiding, perhaps.
Okay, nice. And then the charm bracelet again.
What's that?
The charm bracelet again.
They were saying to use your rod on the toilet.
Oh no, that was just seemed to be man. That just seemed to be a regular a regular bracelet
That would work.
with charms on it.
It has magical properties, right?
They were not able to tell what they are.
Okay.
signature quiver signed by Happy.
What were all the elements again? You said earth, fire, electricity,
Water and wind.
water, and wind.
The 5 basic elements.
I kind of want to put water on my longbow, but I don't know. I don't see it being that useful. I'll just buy 2 8. How much are the AP potions?
150 apiece.
We're just not in the water part.
We ain't no firefighters.
I need no fire. Can I haggle on the AP potions?
AP potions that are limited to
Wow, a 5. That is pretty good, but
I'll do it.
on these kind of items, they won't really haggle on the price for
Alright,
it.
so 300.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Break the walls down.
I knew
So
it I was like, there's no way somebody doesn't do this.
so I have 4 AP potions, and then I don't really know what to spend my money on. Do they have any poisons?
No, they don't sell any poisons here.
Okay. I'll go ahead and just put. Can I just put the water on my longbow? The water enchantment.
Yep. Okay.
And I'm gonna haggle.
What a
Wow,
spinneroonie!
what a
What a spinneroonie to land out on 1.
He was like, "Look at me! Look at me! Look at me! You suck."
Look what I can do.
So yeah, it's 250, and it'll turn your what was it longbow? Turn that into a aqua longbow.
An aqualung.
The aqua longbow.
I'm gonna tell Sarisa, Brock, and Kylo of our adventures from Hamlin.
Yeah, roll d6.
Getting the caravan, coming across this place across Shimmerset Lake.
A 1. So you you tell them as much of the story as you can recall from when you woke up in your little hovel that day and decided to set out to cross the road. And from there, your life took such an unexpected turn. And now here you are running along with these group of adventurers who have now become your fast friends. As they've been, they've been running from something for a while. And now that they're here at Shimmerset Lake, they hope to get some answers. And you kind of, just kind of tell the story. And Kailu is just kind of, was he paying attention? It was kind of hard to tell. Brock just goes, wow. And Sharisa is just like, oh man, that's so exciting. You guys get to go on this big, crazy adventure? We have to sit here. We get paid to watch this close the door every day.
Good, hey.
Hey, we could always
I
use
once
some
took
extra.
revenge on this adventurer that tried to kill me once I gained sentience.
And you tell the story about how you challenged him one-on-one, and then he ended up dying out in the front of the carriage, and that you took that carriage
No
and
fault of mine.
that you took that carriage and rolled over him when you left him there.
He was just in the way.
Yeah.
And Kailu definitely can understand that. He's like, that's what you should do with your rivals when you meet them. He's like, you gotta crush them.
Does the orc roll his eyes?
Brog, he shrugs. And he's like, don't mind him when he gets like this. He doesn't actually have a rival yet.
I molded into an anvil.
You mold into a small anvil for just a moment, but then you kind of have trouble holding the form and you fall back to your normal self. And it may be because you're, not to say exhausted, but you're certainly tired. You've been out here talking with them now while they've been shopping for 30 or 40 minutes. So the sun has long since set, and it's pretty late in the afternoon or in the evening. So it's getting to that point to where is getting where you feel sleep steady behind your eyes and your body's getting weary. But you can finish out your turn if you want to roll to sing or to play a tune or
What's that water longbow called?
aqua longbow.
I'll give Brog and Sarisa some maroon well mead. tell them about our adventure across the ferry as well in detail. I'll give them both 4 pounds.
Wow, well, Sharisa accepts it gladly. And she says, I love fish.
Technically, this is the whale.
She doesn't know the difference.
You must not love it that much.
It's okay.
Look at these guys razzing on these NPCs right now. Blowing up these NPCs.
I asked Cereza, Brockett, and Kyle if they know how to cook.
Let's see. Kailu doesn't respond. Brog was about to say something, but Sharisa goes, "Oh yeah, of course." She says, "I love to catch the fish that I use the fish that I catch and try to cook things all the time." She says, "I try to hunt too, but I'm not really good with hunting, so I try to use my magic. But then there's really not much left after I'm done to really eat anything. So it's kind of tough." And she starts rambling on now about her interests in trying to make food.
I asked her what kind of magic she knows.
She says, "Oh well, I've got this white kind of magic that I use, and when her hands tinkle like this, white magic starts to sprinkle off of them, and little bits of debris around you start floating up in the air. A rock starts floating up in the air, and then you start floating up in the air for a second, right? As everything around you just starts to float for a moment."
I start playing a tune while I'm floating.
Go ahead. A 5, nice. Just spinning slowly in a circle like this, you just start playing a and and everything sort of settles down, and she goes, "Oh well, I also have this other kind of magic," and then she brings her hands up again. This time it's black energy that's dancing off of him. And now everything around you, suddenly you feel yourself start to slouch down and over as all your possessions start to get heavy, as you feel your whole body start to get heavy, as you suddenly start to, as gravity itself seems to intensify around you more and more.
Like as hard as I can out of it.
You do this motion, but your body doesn't leave the ground. You're too heavy. And then it passes as if it's gone, and the magic just dissipates off her fingers, and it ends. And she goes, and when I use them together, it can get pretty crazy.
Gravity magic and healing magic.
Well, the other one was like, it made things float. It was like levitation or some kind of telekinesis.
Yeah.
I can only do this this little lightning slap. What do I call? Oh, zap. That's what the people call it.
She goes, well, let's see if she goes, "Oh, you can make lightning?" She'd be surprised how many of these stuffy old scholars up there try for years to figure out how to do that, and they end up doing anything but singeing their hair off.
I can do a little healing, shape shifting, and I can also summon invisible blades. But like you said, once you go using magic, it gets a little tiring at the end of the day.
You should see if she wants to join us and try to convince the rest of her crew to join us.
Yeah. Aren't they bored here?
So as your turn is coming down to an end, then your guys' turns were about over at the shop. So leaving the shop, would you head back towards the wall or head towards the tavern? You can one way or the other way.
I'm going to the tavern. I'm gonna go get my drink on.
Okay, and will you go to the lakeside or the mountainside?
I want the lakeside. I want to be able to look at the lake.
Okay. So will you two accompany him then?
You don't have to.
Yeah.
I know.
We're gonna wind up at the inn later anyway.
We're gonna mingle.
I think I'm gonna head back to Sloopy if I can.
I'll join Irving and head back to Sleepy.
So they're going to head back towards the wall while you head towards the lakeside inn. And, pushing open the door to the lakeside inn, it's a small, rustic little place, but nice on the inside, with rounded bar corners, rounded stools, rounded edges on the chairs. Everything is well rounded with that double layered level of railing going around it, everything. Like one and then another one below it, and everything has that double layered look. With a nice, beautiful chandelier hanging up over the ceiling, and what looks like a duet of musicians over there in a corner. One of them is playing some long stringed thing. Another one is beating on something under their arm, and they're playing something. So it has kind of a casual kind of feel to it as you see a couple of tables that are open, and so there's some people sitting at one, and a person who's standing at the bar.
Okay. I'll go up to the bar and ask him how much rooms for 4 people would be.
Going up to the bar, you see there's 2 innkeepers standing there. An older dwarf fellow that you walk up to and you ask him. He says, "Oh, we haven't had anyone ask for a room yet today. So all our rooms are available."
Awesome. How much for a room? Rooms for 4 people?
He's like, "Oh, they're just 25 mil apiece."
Are they like 2 in a room or 1 in a room?
It's like, "Oh, you could probably fit 2, but each one is suitable for one person."
I'll buy 4.
Chunk, 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 chunk.
Before I do though, can I haggle?
Of course you can haggle. Of course you can haggle.
Come on!
Not enough. Not enough, my friend.
Chunk, 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 chunk.
Laying out stacks of coins. So yeah, you request you get rooms 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you were to go right back outside and turn the corner, they're the first 4 doors that you would see there in the streetway.
Nice. I then want to buy a pitcher and sit down at one of the tables and start attempting to attach some of the arrowheads I have to some of the arrow shafts I have, and sit there and just kind of work on something while I sip.
Nice. And so it'll be about another 25 mil for a pitcher of what they would consider to be a brew.
Come on, man! I already got 4 rooms. Gonna be here light. All my buddies are gonna be buying alcohol. I just bought all the rooms.
They'll give it to you for 20.
Dude, deal done.
I ain't gonna be buying no alcohol unless I come across some money on my way back to the wall.
So you sit at one of the open tables there with your stacks of arrows and arrowheads. You sprawl them out into your pockets. And while you're pouring yourself a cup with the pitcher, you're drinking and attaching them together. And as you were talking with Sharisa, Kylo, and Brog at the wall, at the end of that turn, up saunters again, coming out of the darkness from up the street, Irving and Drum, there to kind of see what you've got going on. And so as that turn comes to a close, we're actually going to take a brief intermission. We're right at the 2-hour, actually past the 2-hour mark, so I need to take a necessities break, freshen up my drink here, and so we're going to take a brief intermission, y'all, and we will be back momentarily.
Welcome back.
This time. Welcome
Well,
back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, y'all. Thank you for that intermission. Got some drinks. Everyone's refreshed. And to pick up right where we had left off, one member of the group, Sprinkles the Khajiit, had sauntered on down to the lakeside inn, where he was drinking at a table by himself, building arrows. Zelfer, welcome back.
Welcome
Let's
back.
roll
Welcome back.
indeed. Let's roll indeed.
Ready to roll them again. But the other members of the group were all the way on the other side of the village of Shimmerset, up against the wall, blocking them from getting up to the Scholar's Recluse, which is their castle. And standing at the gate had been 3 guards, Kailu, Brog, and Sharissa. And so as Drum and Irving had walked up, Slippy was there kind of talking with the trio of guards, and they've been talking for a while now. And they've been kind of playing songs and he's been asking them about stuff going on in the village, and he's been certainly telling them about all their adventures they've been having up to this point. So it's now the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's now the 6 of you standing in a semicircle there in front of the wall. Again, the 3 of them kind of guarding anyone from coming in and out, but because you're not trying to get in, you're just kind of standing there talking to them, right?
So, when I walk up, I want to be like, are you guys, how often do you take this job at this post?
Oh, well, they all live here in the village, and they work here all the time.
Just watching this one door?
Yeah.
Do you want to guard a caravan that's going to go everywhere and just sell things?
Roll a D12.
You know they're getting tired of this mundane.
Yeah.
You know, the
You guys-
stories of
They
the
want
You guys
action.
know- Yeah, exactly. You guys know that you're absolutely bored here.
Depends on how much I get paid.
What is that?
Hits the 11 on the D12.
Whoa. Nice.
Hits the 11 on the D12. Pretty good.
I've been telling them about everything we've been doing.
Of the three of them, Brog, just kind of shrugs indifferently. Charisse is like, "Oh no, I could never leave my family." Only of the 3 of them, only Kailu was kind of like looking at you, kind of like as if were you being serious or not? Couldn't really
we're
tell.
being serious. How much you make?
Straight to the point.
It's not even
As
how,
if reading his mind. As if
it's not even how much you make. It's what do you do? Because
That's true.
we're going places. We're seeing things. We're having dangerous, fun times. Emphasis on the dangers.
Have fun.
Oh, so there's danger, right?
And
Yeah.
fun.
Thank you, sir.
He rolled a 7. He's like, I'm gonna have to think about it. I'm gonna let you guys know tomorrow.
Yeah, fair enough.
Very nice. You take your time.
There's stronger things than us out there in this world.
We just like to bolster our ranks, as it were.
Propositioning the young sword fighter known as Kailu. You then, and after asking him that, you guys kind of have more conversations about Shimmerset and about the Scholar's Recluse behind you. I mean, again, they kind of know they've all been living here a long time, so
Why
they.
is the lake shimmer?
Sharissa will be able to tell you that. She says, "Oh, well, they cast a big magic spell over it a long time ago. No one really knows what the magic spell does now, but doesn't it make the lake look pretty?"
It's looking nice.
It is clear it was easier to catch that big whale.
She says, "Oh, well, I wouldn't try to catch any of the fish out there in the lake. They're all dangerous."
Like stingrays and alligators and whales.
She says, "Oh, I can only imagine."
I show her the eyes, one of the eyes of the whale.
say, "Oh, this whale eye that we caught from an actual whale at the lake just earlier
How do you
today,
think he lost his eyesight?
blinded by the eyes." The
Hey, Drum, equip the alligator.
I will equip the alligator.
yeah, you caught a 9-foot alligator in this lake earlier today as well.
Just holds it like that.
And she just
Was it a turn and go?
The cat that's with us caught a stingray.
So
And something else, the bolt of the lake, the legendary fish. They might actually know something about that.
Yeah, you know anything about the bolt of the lake?
Let's see. Yeah, Charisse knows about that too. She says, yeah. One of the famous people that live behind, and she points over her back towards the recluse. Well, one of the famous people back there, they, have a whole army of creatures out there that keep us safe and who watch over the village.
Oh, that's awesome. Nothing.
An army of creatures? And you just get back and forth from there safely with no trouble?
Says, oh well, they seem to leave us alone just fine.
Is it because you like smell different, look different, or is it a magic thing?
She would only shrug at that kind of question.
Maybe they're like pets, basically, and they just kind of have a connection, so they just know when outsiders are near. They're like guard dogs, but giant fish in the lake.
If anything, we definitely shouldn't head up there with hostilities.
That's a fact.
Or by sneaking.
Yeah.
Yes,
part
a good
though.
point. A good
Not
point.
there at the moment. I'm getting drunk and working.
Well,
Doing cat stuff.
want to be like, well, Kylu, right?
Yeah, his name is Kylu.
Kylu, you have a great night, and I hope you'll think about our proposition. I'm gonna go drink and sleep.
Enjoy the well.
I'm gonna walk off with him.
And we'll bounce off with them.
All right, as you leave the three young guards to their posts, the three of you head in now down the sparsely populated village street. Again, at this late hour of the night, most all of the shops are closed. You only see the occasional flicker of light dancing from inside a window here or there, and as the lonely street out in front of you stretches all the way to the other side to where you see the lake shimmering out before you. Even in the middle of the night, you can of course see the starlight shimmering over the surface of the lake. But of course, with its shimmering effect, it makes all those starring patterns look like prismatic and like through a kaleidoscope. So when it's a starlit night like this, it always makes the surface of the lake look like a dazzling display of color and starlight.
Oh wow.
Sweet.
It's like Aurora Borealis, but on the lake.
Yep, and it's like that all the time here. Most people would just walk past it that live here and not even really notice it. But you're seeing it for the first time and you're like dazzled by it.
Does that shimmer set dirt that I got out of the glove when I was fishing? Does that have any kind of like sheen or anything to it?
As of right now, it's just wet dirt.
Cool. I like that.
Rolling it around in his hands, he's like, "Is this dirt? Really dirt?" It's like, taking a turn of his life to be like, "Is this dirt really dirt?
What is dirt?
What is dirt?"
What am I?
I take the glove away from you and throw it away.
I can't see without my glass.
I can't feel without my
You should
glove.
keep the glove of dirt.
I want to keep it, but he threw it away. I can't find it now.
Do I have to roll a d6 to throw it?
Drum. You give him a glove.
I'll get the glove.
Nice. Can I have it back?
I'll give it to him.
Nice.
Trying to play keep away.
Y'all
I'm gonna put random dirt in your glove. It's not gonna be the dirt that was in there.
Oh my god. And you're like, I call upon this magic dirt the moment when I need it the most. Oh wait, it's just normal dirt.
Hang out the dirt every day.
I'd like to ask Irving how many fingers I'm holding up.
Well, you can ask him that. I'm not sure.
How
what
many
his-
fingers am I holding up?
I'm just gonna turn around and walk away.
It walks into the wall.
Be like, how many fingers am I holding up? I'm gonna flip him the bird.
Yeah, it's the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Dude, that is like the funniest thing. It kills me every time I imagine it. Irving just.
So there's some other people just kind of standing
Just flip him off like a support beam.
You know what, pal?
Nice. So that is the Lakeside Inn. This is the doorway leading in, and there, as the three of you come in, you do see sprinkles right over here at this table right away. Over here, just with a pile of wood and some other stuff on the table there, with a pitcher of some kind. He's drinking away and doing something. There's somebody sitting at a table over here, and there's no one at this table here, and there's only one or two people even at the bar, as the place is relatively quiet at this late time of night.
I want to. Do I notice as the group walks in? Can I immediately turn to them and say something?
Yeah, of course.
I'll say, gentlemen, welcome back.
Ah.
I'm gonna walk over
I'm gonna
there.
say
and I'm just
Irving.
gonna have my hands up.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Irving. I kind of need you. You want to come here for a second?
I'm gonna walk over there, but I know where he's at pretty much because where he's talking, and I'm just gonna like try and like knock whatever's on the table over.
No,
Just
stop.
like,
Can I kick a chair out
tear
to
it
stop
all
him?
up.
Well, I mean, he.
I know what you're gonna do. Like, you're
No,
not
I was
taking my
gonna,
feathers
I was gonna ask you a
by force.
question. I'm gonna ask you for some.
Across the room, you would have never asked me to come into the gym. She was planning to take my feathers.
Let me just get a couple of them. Like, yeah,
With friends
I'll
like
buy 'em.
these, am I right?
Dude, I'll pay for your drinks.
Pay for my drinks?
Yeah. Come on. Just one feather per beer. and I'll throw in some milk. Oh, he gives me
Wow.
one Irving
He's
feather.
gonna trade his bird feathers for drinks.
That's how you do it.
The more drinks you go, the more feathers you get.
So
Don't condone selling. your
while they were
drinks.
gone, did I attach so many of the arrowheads to the shaft?
Yeah. Let's just say while you were
I
there.
had 5 arrow shafts that are unfletched and they didn't have a arrow.
Okay. Roll a 1d6.
I don't like selling my body.
No.
Yeah, they just can't wait till.
You just gotta do it a little bit now till you can get on your feet. I made 1. Come on, it was a while.
No, to say of the 5, we'll say that 3 were successful and 2 weren't.
Okay. So does that mean the shaft is broken?
Yes.
Oh, so I lost the shaft. Okay. So now you would say that I have 3 headed shafts. I don't.
Levi.
It sounds kind of funny, doesn't it?
Levi, you will never get me to say that word.
Which one?
Never selling you my body again.
I'm gonna say that you have a couple of unfinished arrows.
I have 3 unfinished.
I'm not gonna say the
Should
other
I
thing.
say
But when I upload this to YouTube, I'm definitely gonna go back and get that sweet audio clip. Trust me, we'll never hear the end of it. I might make it the subscriber sound when someone chimes in, or make it a clip for the channel, for the chat.
Make it like a text message
Headed
notification.
arrow.
When those sweet little nuggets happen on stream, on live recording, you just gotta savor it. You gotta Drink it in, man.
What can I call these unfledged?
Shaftless.
You can call them unfledged.
Because that's all they have everything else but that.
Yes, it is true. 'Tis true, my friend.
Unfledged.
So then, will the rest of you sit at this table with Will the rest of you sit at the table?
Yeah.
Are those two musicians still playing music?
Yes, they're back here. Thank you. Yes, they were playing music right back there. And again, one of them is playing a tall stringed thing that they're playing in some kind of a harmonious sound, making a bring the bring the bring the bring bring the bring 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 bring. And the other one is doing a tippity tip tip tappity tap tappity thing with his little Donkey Konga hair.
I'll try to low key copy their tune and use my emerald whistle along with them.
Okay. You just want to roll for it, or do you have a move?
Oh, you know what? Actually, I can't. Never mind. It actually costs MP.
Ooh, are you out of MP? Ooh.
You don't have an
Can
MP
I-
potion?
Struggle
Am
on.
I just,
Is
just
that-
at the table?
Oh, we're not
Well,
impressed.
welcome back. Welcome back to the chat. We have a first time.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome.
Appreciate you for signing on so late to tune in and play. This is I know it's got to be episode 7 of the first season of Return to Argela. StevieMill plays. We've had part 2s and part 3s even in some episodes, so I know we're at least a dozen episodes deep. And they're in a tavern of all places, the Lakeside Inn, taking account of everything that happened during the day's events and drinking. And we have a slime bard in our party, and so he has just been playing music any chance he can get. But he's all out of action points.
I'll have to use a regular tune.
No, you can definitely just play a regular tune. 7, nice.
Oh.
A pretty good approximation to say that you weren't playing exactly the song they were playing, but after listening to the first chorus and it going into the second verse, you already started playing like offset piping sounds and then like a trilling melody over the whole thing, like a like sweeping behind it while they're playing, which sounded really good. And so they certainly were watching you, like, because you're a slime, and again, the music is kind of coming off of you while you're playing instruments. So they're kind of watching you playing while they're playing. And again, the song kind of picks up a beat at that point, and everyone else around you is kind of like transfixed momentarily by the melody that you were creating with their music. And then the song ends, and everyone sitting at the at the bar and at this table over here all kind of clap lightly. Do the three of you clap? You can roll a d6 to clap. A 2. Oh, he knocked it into a 6.
Thunderclap.
Come on.
That,
Past that.
4. So Sprinkles jumps to his feet.
Is that 2 6? That's 2 6?
2 6s? Is this for an applaud skill?
That'd be pretty cool.
Dude.
You
No
got
way.
it.
We hit a third 6.
Uh,
Only hit the deuce. Not today. Not today.
Still clapped really loud.
So their adventurers have taken them to a place called Shimmerset Lake, and they're looking to get to a place here back in the mountains called the Scholar's Recluse. Stopping here at this lakeside inn for the night, they have been granted permission and passage to travel up to the Recluse to speak with the scholars in the morning. So here they are, playing music, and everyone was clapping, and these two musicians were pretty surprised that a slime, a seemingly unassuming slime. Then again, you have gear on and like a pack and like all this other stuff on you. So they're still pretty surprised when you swirl around and look at them. Like looking at them like you think they're pretty good, and they're looking at you like, dang, did he really just like play all that music while we were playing? Like they're pretty surprised.
I walk up to him and I hand the drummer on the Donkey Kongas my whistle and ask him if I can use his drum.
He says, right on, man.
Nice.
Alright, I'll attempt to use tune on the drums.
Go ahead. A 4. So, not really having played an instrument like this in a very long time, you are able to tap out a brief little deep beep 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 deep beep, just trying to tap something out, right? And he starts bobbing his head. The guy, with your whistle in his hand, he's like, "Yeah, man, I'm digging that. I'm digging it." He then tries to use his tune skill on this whistle. I guess he's gonna roll a d8. Hits a 5. He starts playing something along. And you're tapping along, and before you know it, the two of you are kind of playing a quick little little tune right there.
Still on the bass, playing this here.
After that song ended, she had actually walked over to the bar to like get a drink or something. So it was just you and him standing there as you were kind of just playing with him really quickly. The tune subsides, and he's like, "Wow, man, I've never seen a slime that can play like this. Are you sure you're like a real slime?"
Are you sure you're like a real drum player? I've never seen drums out in the open before.
He's like, "I know. People don't understand what it means to play on the open road. Just you and your instrument, man."
I know exactly what that's like. I've had a reed whistle, and I finally upgraded to this emerald whistle. Trying to learn some more instruments to become the grand bardic slime.
See, he has aspirations. He started out as just a regular slime and had an awakening, and you decided you didn't want to be just some adventurer's enemy. From there, he has been rising up through levels. Everyone's level 3 now. Don't let the graphic fool you. Everyone is level 3 now, and so they've already been through quite a bit. And looking at their skill sheets, he's picked up a stack of bard skills and some other interesting moves too. But you and him played, and he was like definitely like so shocked that at how good you were, and you were sort of letting him know that you're not a regular slime. You're definitely like different. He's like, "Wow." It's like, "I tell you what, we're a traveling group. Me and my sister here. If we ever see you guys out at an inn somewhere, like, you gotta play with us. You gotta play with us."
You say you travel. Have you ever traveled with a caravan before?
Roll a 1d12. I guess the 1d12 is gonna be the recruitment roll. A 5. He says, "Oh yeah, man, that's a drag. They make you pay taxes, and I don't know about all that. I like to be free."
I feel you on that, man. I don't even know what taxes are. But if you were traveling with us, you'd be living within your means.
Let's see. I guess he's got to hit a d12, and wow, he hit a 5.
It can also keep you protected from whatever's out there. Because on our way here, I showed him this eyeball of the whale we got.
It's like a big eyeball. They caught a small whale out of the lake, and it was a big boy. He's like, "Wow, are you gonna eat that, man?"
I don't know. I eat some stuff and I learned some stuff, but I don't think I'm gonna eat this. I'm pretty sure somebody eat it.
He says,
Keep an eye on things.
says you really have to win over my sister. She's the one that kind of calls all the shots, man.
Right on, brother.
As far as everyone else that was sitting at the table there, as you approached, you were watching him sitting and finishing all of the arrows he was trying to make. And as you walked up, he snapped one shaft, broke it in half, and he's like, "Dang it."
I do have these 3 unfletched arrows. Can I use the one Irving feather I have? And I have that craftsman knife. Wood craftsman knife.
To make to use the spare wood.
No, I wanna. I mean, I guess I don't know if I would cut any bit of the feather to shape it to do the fletching.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you're not really an expert fletcher, so I guess you would have to roll a d6 for a success roll.
This one feather. I hope it doesn't consume the feather when I try if I fail.
I'm gonna buy you. I'm just gonna come back with like 4 beers for you.
A 2. So you are able to fletch 1 arrow with the 1 feather, but that's it on a 2.
I'm gonna pull out 4 more feathers.
Dude, let's go.
Dang.
I'm gonna hand them to you, but I am gonna take my hands across the table and just like sweep everything off.
Oh my god. It's like you hand it to me and your hands just drop.
Yeah, roll d6.
I hope you mess it up. You're gonna stab yourself in one of the arrowheads.
Yeah, right, exactly.
A 6.
Oh, no, you don't.
So yeah, I mean, you reach out, you go to hand them to him, but because you had all the arrows piled up on like a triangle pile, like this, like piled up together, and you just brushed the top of it with the back of your hand, of course they all just rolled out into a long line, and then one by the other, they all fell over the side. Tink, 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 tink. And you're just watching them go over the side of the table like tink, 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 tink.
I only
Just
want
what?
1 beer.
Oh wow. At least I got the feathers. But yeah, so that's awesome.
So how much? You've got one beer in your hand, right? One drink. And the kind of drinks they serve here at the lakeside must be some kind of a sweet fruit that you're not really familiar with, because the whole thing, it just kind of is really, really, really sweet with a pungent berry. Doesn't not fermented for very long, but it's some kind of a berry mead ale, and it's just sweeter than you were expecting as you took a swill of it. And that seems to be what they're serving for all of the regular priced drinks here. So now sitting back down at the table, it's the 3 of you, and you're over here kind of like talking with him, and she's about to kind of come around for her turn. But as the 3 of you are sitting at the table now,
so I'm assuming that they have a fire in here, like a chimney, like a fireplace heating the place, right?
yeah, it's over here.
So I'm assuming they got like some like pretty hefty pieces of wood that are split next to it that they feed the fire with occasionally.
You don't really see anything like that.
It's magical. Do they have like an old chair that's like broken that I can like have to like whittle down in the arrow shed?
All the chairs seem not only pretty new and well kept, but integral to the integrity of the inn as a whole.
They don't have broken ones?
I will give all 5 of my wooden dowels to the cat.
Oh, the dowel? What is it?
Look at that. What an outpouring of generosity.
Can I immediately use my craftsman my wood craftsman knife to turn them into shafts?
Yes. It is a craftsman knife. Roll 1d8.
And you gave me how many?
5.
As soon as I hear him hit the table, I'm gonna
Stop.
try and like
Stop.
rat him off.
I'm rolling. 3. God, I get 3s on that thing all day.
Can I roll to bat him off? No, I'm kidding.
So, I mean, yeah, you are able to whittle all of them effectively, except for on a 3, some of them look just a slight bit warped if you look at it from a long angle, but
It's alright. So I got how many shafts from that? 5?
yes.
And then can I immediately put the arrowheads on them? On
Yeah.
my 5 shafts?
Go ahead, bro.
Thanks.
Go ahead. A 5. That is successful. So they're all arrow tipped.
They're all arrow-tipped shafts. Alright.
They are, and he's loving the verbiage right now. I can hear it in his voice.
So I have 7 unfletched arrows, and I have 4 Irving feathers.
Wow, an item in his inventory called an Irving feather.
I got a bunch of them in mine. You practice that. I got a whole farm of them.
At least a couple of pillars.
Just a feather factory. So, should I roll a d6 to attempt 4 of these feathers onto...
Yes.
I have 7 unfletched arrows, so I guess I can only use... Does it 1 feather consume per...
Yes.
Okay. So I guess it's a d6. And hopefully I can get 4 arrows. 4 homemade arrows.
You get 3 homemade arrows.
I only lost 1 feather.
Ben, he's sitting here in the middle of the tavern. They're all sitting around the table drinking, and he's fashioning homemade arrows. You know, while Slippy is over there with, you know, again, and it's an older-looking fellow. You know, you can tell that he's an aged-looking human, and he's dressed sort of in some bright-colored, you know, like a vest made of some kind of nice colored cloth and bright-colored pants, and he's got like a headband and, you know, long hair, and he just seems to be a pretty cool guy.
Ask him how long he's been here at this Shimmerset Lake place.
He says, "Oh, it's already been a week, man. I'm ready to go."
Where are you planning on going next?
It's like, "Oh, Sis hasn't told me yet. I think she just lined it up."
Is it gonna be a pretty profitable gig?
Says, "Oh, I don't know. I think we might be going on a boat." Says, "Boats make me throw up, man."
If you need some adventurers to protect you, let us know. We're pretty good at that. Don't want to trust some low-lows around here.
He says, "Oh, are those your friends behind you, man?"
Yeah.
He's like, "Tell that bird-looking dude that he is cool-looking, man."
Did I hear that?
Of course.
I just looked past it.
Just stop what you're doing and just go. Like you're just waving towards the sound of the. He's like, "Whoa, did he hear me, man?"
Yeah, he's very low temperature. I mean, cool.
So his sister, you know, and Sheila's taller and you know, a darker complected with you know, like a stubble for hair, a bald head, big earrings and a big lip ring. With, you know, you can see she's wearing just like a tank top and like dark green trousers with a belt. But she's also got you know, tattoos all up the side of her arm and underneath the tank top. You can't see all of them. But she you know, comes around to where you're standing at, and she says, "I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. A musical slime."
A musical slum, but I'm not too good at rhymes. I show her my caravan mark, and I tell her the story of how me and the bird acquired this caravan.
After telling her the story, she says, "Oh, so a musical slime and a caravan master?"
Just somewhat.
Says, "Well, you are quite the adventurous slime." Says, "We're but humble musicians."
Well, we don't have too great aspirations ourselves, and we would also like to fill out the slots of our caravan if you'd like to join us.
Roll a 1d12 recruitment roll.
Have to roll high.
I'll also introduce her to Drummond, the cat that's breaking arrows.
Ooh. A 7. See. Oh, my adventure friends behind me, Irving and Drum, and that's Sprinkles over there picking up all those arrows off the floor.
Just knock what's left on the table.
Stop. I'm gonna pick one up and stab you with it.
She says, after watching their antics, she's like, "Oh well, they appear to be good friends, and I can tell that they're fierce warriors." And Drum is sipping his drink. But you notice his character is really extra particularly careful not to spill any, drinking it very slowly and deliberately.
I can be a little messy sometimes. Just trying to enjoy my beverage and not. Even when I can drink it well, somebody comes along and hits me, and it's a whole thing. I just gotta enjoy my drink as slowly as I have to.
I don't want to make him spill anything. Can I just like grab his wrist and just shake it a little?
God, you just,
This is what I'm
all
talking
you're
about.
doing is messing with.
I mean, you roll a 1d4. You can roll a
I'm trying to do
1d4.
something productive.
That's a 3.
Yeah, you were trying to come around the table to where he was standing at, and you actually just kind of where he's bearing up to his face. You kind of just accidentally slap across his arm by accident, causing the smallest bit to spill out on the table in front of you. None of it hits you.
I'm just gonna start and walk away.
I would like to look at him and call him a mother ducker.
How'd you know my mom was a duck? Mallard.
I can see it runs in your family.
Miss Mallard.
How'd you know she was an English teacher?
So and it carries on this way for a little while, where you're talking with them. The roll wasn't really high enough to hit the recruitment rolls, but they do travel around, and so you'll have an opportunity to see them again in another tavern to attempt the recruitment roll again. And we'll say that it's got to be a 12 on a d12 for a recruitment roll, unless there are extenuating circumstances, which things can come up. And you can get bonuses too if you run into them in a side quest, or you save them, or they feel indebted to you somehow. So that being said, you continue talking with them for a while, and it's about where they're going to have to start kind of playing music again, as far as their next set. So they kind of take their positions and get ready to play. And how many drinks have the three of you had so far? How many are you paying for?
I'll pay for. Irving said he was having one.
Yeah.
I had a pitcher to begin with, so I guess I poured everyone around out of the pitcher.
Okay.
And then I know I got at least another one.
So you paid for another pitcher?
Yes.
You can't haggle for it if you've already bought it.
I haven't subtracted the bill.
Yeah, but if you're speaking like you've already serving it to them in the past tense.
I served them from the first one. Then I guess I assume if the first one ran out after serving everyone and myself, I assume I probably had like 4 to 5 beers in the pitcher, something like that. I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
If there was a little bit extra, I topped it off mine. But yeah, I mean, I'll go ahead and pay. Let's pay for another one. Was it 20 mil?
Oh, 25 for a regular.
Yeah, no, I got the haggle. Still trying.
You gotta be sharp around this one.
Look at him trying to get over on me for 5 mil. Trying to get over on me for 5 mil, yo.
All day.
The classic rogue play.
Classique. So that's enough for another round of drinks to be served. So the three of you have been, drinking and sipping and talking, and you've been rummaging through your inventory after you finish your arrows, looking for things of any value, things you haven't investigated yet that you maybe don't know about, various odds and ends in your inventories as far as things that you are curious about that you want to roll on to investigate or to check out, anything in your inventories or anything as far as the main story up to this point that you want to talk about or go over.
What do you think these people are going to tell us about our destiny?
Probably the same thing that everything else has been telling us.
Vague message.
Exactly.
Then they're gonna make us go somewhere and do a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh.
It's like we've been told to go this place and do this thing. Oh no, this place and this thing wants to kill us. Now you have to go to this other place and do this other thing. Now this other place and this other thing that we're at right now is probably gonna want to kill us too.
I hope not.
I know.
Such
I hope
is
not,
life.
too. I want to meet I want to meet nice people.
Part of this life on the run.
The guys at the wall was nice. These musicians or
Yeah,
not.
this is a happy little town.
Let's
Yeah.
just keep this momentum going.
We'll
Like,
take over this village.
We'll have to come back and retire here.
Yeah, this is a good area.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys want to spend your retirement at old sunny Shimmerset Lake, huh?
Have to.
Catching big fish, enjoying the serene water, going up to the Scholars Recluse and reading books till you pass out.
Sounds good to me.
I don't
It's
like
like a
it.
very
I don't like
typical-
it. We gotta get out of here.
So,
Also, that guy Clean didn't want to be here.
Oh yeah, you're talking about Kailu?
No, Clean.
Sting and clean.
Oh yeah, he said that he had lived here or studied at studied there or something along that line. It's true. He didn't want to come back for reasons he didn't reveal.
we should ask around about Clean.
All right, you
Or
keep your
should we-
secrets then.
Oh,
It would be.
I will.
Should we ask around to see if anybody remembers his name?
You want to ask the bartender if they've heard any rumors
About Clean?
about anything?
Sure. Yeah, I'll
We can run out and kill something.
make
real
my
quick.
way over to where I hear
That'd be
them
fun,
taking
too.
drinks.
Yeah.
And ask them if they've heard any
It'd be nice to end on some.
Roll a d6 to not bump into this patron or this patron.
No. I hope I roll low.
A 4.
That's not too bad.
That's enough for you to just graze over someone's shoulder and they shuffle aside as you nudge up against the counter. You hear a voice over the counter say, "Oh, you've still got your drink is still pretty full. What do you need?"
I was just wondering if there was any rumors going around about anything shady happening or any new knowledge that's came about that you might have heard.
She well, it's funny you say that. A 6. It's a 6.
Overall,
A second
another
6.
six.
Oh,
Dude.
Will I get 3 6s?
Spill
So,
spill the beans, Mrs. Barker.
A 3.
Oh, man.
She says, "Oh, well, it's so funny you said something." She's like, "Something's going on or something's wrong with the torches outside. They keep just going out as if snuffed out by something. It's really strange." And on top of that, some people were reported seeing strange things in the alleyways. But every time someone goes to investigate, all they see is a shadow of something running away, and then they don't see anything. So there's something weird going on out in the village tonight.
Let's go investigate.
Yeah,
Let's go now.
I'm gonna be like, all right, cool. Can I bring the mug back? I promise I'll bring it back. Like my.
We have a room there.
That's
Yeah.
true. Yeah, I'm staying here.
Yeah.
Sick.
Probably put on the tab.
I'm just gonna take my mug and keep moving or keep trying to make my way back out into the street.
I do the same, but I can't. Can I carry the pitcher? Does
Yeah,
she
I mean,
have a whole pitcher's worth.
Yeah, she's not going to stop you if you leave with the pitcher in your hand. No.
I'm just gonna drink from the pitcher.
So I'll take you back out into the streets of Shimmerset. What about Slippy and Drum?
You guys want to come? I don't know if you guys heard all that, but in game or not.
There's something causing all the lights to go out, or the.
Oh,
lights.
yeah. Sounds like a good mystery. Let's go, gang.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go.
You gonna hang out here, or at the?
No, I'll go with you guys.
Sick.
Okay.
Welcome, my friend. Welcome.
Welcome back.
Okay.
As soon as I make it outside, being that it's nighttime already, I'd like to use blind sense to see if I can sense anything weird.
Go ahead.
Yeah. That's a 1. That is a 1.
A 1.
That's a 1.
So standing out in front of the Lakeside Inn, in the middle of the street, you hardly see anyone around. Just one person up the street heading somewhere, and another person heading back. The streets are very sparsely populated, hardly anyone out at all. You can switch back. Yeah, the torches are all lit. Though looking down the street, you see one is not lit, and then a little further down, maybe another one.
Do we see any torch runners or lighters
Um,
coming around, seeming to be confused?
Yes, if you were to stand here long enough, after a few minutes, you would see someone coming along with a torch in a hand and lighting one of the torches that's out. And then, if you were to continue to stand here long enough, a one, we'll say all of a sudden down towards the other direction, up towards where where the center of the village, and the wall would be all going that way. All of a sudden, yeah, down there you see one of the lights just kind of go out. You didn't feel any wind coming off the lake. You didn't feel any gust of breeze, so you're not quite sure how it happened. That's strange. And your blind sense did tell you that something was. You get an uneasy feeling in the air.
Okay.
I'm gonna kick the first torch runner I see.
So it's going to be a while before one runs past, more than a few minutes. Because the one that wasn't lit now is all the way down there. And, as you're standing along the street looking...
Do they run like on a path?
You're not really sure, because the two that were down there, way down that part of the street, lit those torches and then turned around and ran back the other direction. And then that one way down there snuffed out, and you're just kind of waiting to see what happens.
I wanna state that I have like an uneasy feeling, like something's definitely awry on these streets.
We should take to the roofs.
I agree.
That'd be cool.
So as soon as the four of you kind of look along the sides of the buildings, looking up where the windows are at, and many of them are one story, so you're kind of standing back, looking over the tops, looking for ladders or some stepping stones or some way to get up to the roof. Everyone roll d6.
Alright, we're
6.
Oh! Let's go. Another 6.
That's 5.
Oh, close.
4.
Here's the one.
It's a 2. Well, the six definitely has it.
Roll it again.
So as everyone's kind of fanning out, you do notice a flicker of some motion up ahead, and it is Sharisa, and she's floating towards you, like 12 feet up above the ground, just kind of floating in your guys' direction. As soon as she gets closer and she sees you, she starts waving a comical grin across her face, like, hey, hey, hey.
I'll start playing a tune for her.
Go ahead, 1d8. A 6. Nice. Playing a doopa 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 da doopa da doopa 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 da doopa da doopa 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 da doopa da doopa doopa doo. Floating closer and closer until she lands in front of the four of you standing in the middle of the street. She looks out of breath from having to kind of use her magic from that distance. Her hair looks a little disheveled over her face. She's like, I have an urgent message. She says, hang on, y'all, hang on. She kind of stands back a second, having to catch her breath. Wiping some sweat away from her brow, she says, okay, one of the scholars came down and said that it's not safe to be out tonight. Said that they'll explain everything in the morning, but to go back inside.
Who's gonna find out about the torches then?
I think we can handle ourselves.
Also not.
We're actually kind of looking for danger here, so it's like we kind of literally want to do this.
Yeah.
You want to help us?
Would you like to hang out? Maybe you could play a song of empowerment or something.
She says, no, I've got to get back to my post. I was only allowed to get away to deliver the message. He seemed to be very specific, as if he knew right where you would be at and when.
Well, that's impressive.
And alarmingly convenient.
And very convenient, that's for sure. so that means that he's gonna know when we kick whatever's is out here's butt.
She stepping away says, I delivered the message. Says I have to get back to my post.
Have a great night.
She turns and her
I'm
feet
gonna go back to the end.
her feet lift up off the ground as she floats away up the street, and there are hardly anybody out, and the occasional person you might see stepping out of a building would be like to see her floating 12 feet overhead, just like doing this number, like sky swimming.
Doggy paddle.
So Slippy heads back towards the lakeside inn. As the three of you, will you continue to investigate the streets?
I'm no.
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, there is a reason why not. The scholars told us
We'll
not
be
to,
alright.
but
We can at least. If it gets scary, we'll go back.
That's why I went
It's
back.
been scary since I walked out the door. I got a 1 on a blind sense and could tell that something was off. Like,
On a
there's
1,
something really off.
it's true.
Can I roll another one after being told that message?
Yeah, and so the three of you now are walking down the street towards the center of the village, and
You got.
he rolled a 2. So this time, I mean, you do get that trickle of that, that ominous feeling that there's just something not quite right around you. As a chill breeze blows off from the lake behind you, chilling you for just a moment, ruffling through your feathers. You walk up to a point to where there's a crossing, a thin little side street, almost like alleyways in between the buildings. So the three of you stop. All three of you roll a d6.
Okay.
1,
Oh.
a 3, and a 6.
Hey.
Roll it again.
Drum
Dang.
always coming through for the group.
So it was the same situation that the lady at the inn had described earlier. Just out of the corner of your eye, you see a flicker of something at the back of the alleyway, dancing off the torchlight. Something of a shadow against a wall, as if something was moving. But as soon as you look, there's nothing there. Was it a trick of the light? It was so hard to tell, but you could have sworn you saw something.
Can I run at it?
Can I use my prowl?
Yeah, taking off into a dead heat sprint, all of a sudden Drum just takes off, making a straight 90-degree turn to the right and running down this narrow alleyway between two buildings. Giving chase after him, the both of you start running. Go ahead and prowl.
Can I use my commander cloak with that?
Sure.
Awesome. So go when I roll 2 dice. For the coat, or just
It's like an angler.
am I just thinking about it when I'm using the prowl?
Yeah,
as well?
just do the prowl while you're draping it over you.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
1d8.
The shimmer set shadow.
It didn't roll. It bounced out the hole.
That sounds legit.
I did it again.
It didn't roll.
Sounds like it was.
Bounced out. Oh, 1. So that prowl is not going to be successful.
Can I do it again?
You want to subtract the MP
AP.
or the AP?
Yes, I will.
Just use the skill again.
Roll something better than a 1.
An 8.
That was so worth it. I thought you
That's
were lying for a
insane.
second. I thought
An
that was
8.
a cruel joke.
Roll it again. A 7. So as the three of you go running straight down the alleyway, you've already put the cloak over you like this, and as you take 2 steps leaning against the wall, it's as if you're not there for just a moment. You're gliding effortlessly along the wall of the building, but anyone who would even try to observe you with the torchlight would see nothing but shadow sliding through shadow. So the three of you are running along, Drum first, and it gets all the way to the end of that alley, and it turns left, going back behind this big building. Turning and running down that way, it goes straight on ahead, but then it turns again down an alleyway to your left. Once you stop, and everyone is standing there in that bit of an intersection there, building on this side, building, with a thin alleyway ahead of you and a thin alleyway to the right. All three of you roll d6. 5.
Nice.
2. A 1.
Oh.
The 5 will take it. So this time you get the fur on the back of your neck stands up on end as you get a prickling sense of danger surrounding you, right? But you're not sure what direction it came from. Again, you get the flicker of something off on your left-hand side as you turn and look down that alleyway. You could have sworn, again, there's no light back here, so you can only see, what your dark sight would pick up as far as grays and shades of gray, or something flickering, a motion off a wall, as if somebody had been running and turning the corner. But you look and you don't really see anything. It's so hard. It was so hard to tell because of the low light. And the stars are shining overhead, casting some light down into the alleyway, but it's very dim and quite dark.
Is he already running down it?
You got all 3 of you stopped right here.
I want to whisper from the shadows and be like, "Are we going in?"
So you do get a sense that there's got to be something going on down to the left. So as you sort of whisper, both of you roll a d6 to see who takes off first. A 3, sprinting along side by side simultaneously. You run down the alleyway with you slinking behind them, kind of cautiously trying your best to stay in the darkness, as covered up as possible under your cloak. But this comes all the way to a widening out bit of a dead end where there's some discarded crates and some piles of refuse, a can of trash, piles of dirty clothing and things, a puddle of water because it had rained. So it's kind of muddy back here where the alleyway comes to a stop. And it's, the buildings hanging high overhead, making the whole thing just dark and kind of spooky looking. So as the 3 of you kind of get there and stop, go ahead and use blind sense.
Yeah. While he uses blind sense, can I also use dark sense?
Yeah. Okay. A 5. And a 2. So you both get this almost a similar feeling at the same time. With a 5 and a blind sense, again, every sense is on alert now, as you just feel like there's something all around you now that's dangerous. It's like it could be coming from the walls. It makes no sense, but that's what your blind sense is telling you. And as soon as you sort of close your eyes and activate dark sense, your eyes snap open again. You can sense something incredibly dark and potent, ominous around you somewhere. It could be within 10 feet. It feels so oppressively close.
It's like, zoinks!
Does somebody have a
These walls are scary.
No, nobody has like ward evil or anything like that.
I don't believe so.
Not in this campaign.
But I'll set up this alleyway just kind of like this. It comes around. So, Slippy, going back to the Lakeside Inn, you can sit back at the table, you can talk to the innkeepers, or you can continue playing music with those 2 musicians. They're sitting in there continuing their song they were playing.
Strengthen your bones.
Yeah, I'll go hand everyone in the tavern a pound of whale meat.
Well, you could cook it in there. There's a fire.
I don't know how to cook, man. Fire don't make sense to me. I ain't risking it for the biscuits.
So, let me roll a...
How many people are in the bar?
There was only maybe a handful, and only one of them was really receptive. The other, as you were walking up to them with raw meat, they were just like, no, oh, thank you, no. Only one of them, one person who was at the bar actually took it and was like, oh, well, I may cook this. Oh, thank you.
I'll give you an extra pound if you cook it for me.
Match the NPC's D6. NPC hits. Wow, nothing apparently. Ooh, a 6. I'll roll again though. Maybe I won't roll again. A 4, no. So you won't be, you asked, but he was like, oh, no, thank you though. And it accepts the first gift you offered.
There's so much fish. I still have all 100 pounds in my house.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm gonna go back to playing a tune with the musicians.
Nice. They're all rolling d8s for tunes, so roll a d8 with their 2d8s. A 4. Matching a 4. And an 8, she'll re-roll it to be a 6. So you and that old gentleman seem to have hit it off right away, because the two of you were perfectly in time as he was hitting his conga, and you were just sort of playing right along time. So the three of you together were playing playing a nice jovial happy tune over the whole tavern. And then at the end, the crowd, again, there was only a couple people in there, but they were, clapping, and we'll say even someone gave everyone 10 mil as a tip.
I mold myself into the shape of a mill coin.
Nice. Go ahead and roll for your. Nice, a 7. You not only mold into the coin, but you even get the face on the coin right and the writing around it, and you're able to roll around as if you're walking around the table, but you're rolling. The whole coin is rolling around it. So you're able to walk around by rolling forward as the coin. So with that roll, you're able to do it for at least a turn, and probably even keep playing music with them while you're doing it. So you're able to roll around the tavern as a coin, just.
Toss of the mill to your slippy old tavern of play.
Nice. Out here playing for tips, and so while you're playing your heart out, really enjoying yourself in the tavern, as the three of them are standing, back to back to back in this darkened alleyway. All of a sudden, you hear a scratching sound coming from the walls around you, and then a bit of a low chuckle echoing off the walls. And then it's almost like it's a voice, and it's faint, but it's almost like it's scratchy, like it's close, and it's so dark. And that last word just seems to enunciate, scratching off of the walls all around you.
I'll light a torch.
Go ahead.
Great idea. Even though I guess it won't. It'll help me.
I'll give it 3 torches.
So as soon as Irving lights the torch and holds it up around you, you expect the light to illuminate the walls and the rooftops somewhat and the ground around you. But as soon as you light it, there's something obviously unique and different about the shadows that are around you surrounding the walls, because it's black. Everything is black with the light dancing off of it, as if the shadows on the walls now aren't being dispelled by the light that's being cast from the torch. So as you're standing around expecting to see walls and stone and ground, you see nothing but shadow all around you, all over the walls.
Should we shoot the darkness?
You said that there were some crates and stuff around?
There's some broken half crates and boxes up against the front wall of the alleyway.
Set them on fire.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I'm just gonna toss the torch on ones that look the most broken, and the people wouldn't be that upset if I burned it to the ground.
So as you toss it in that direction, and as soon as you do,
I wouldn't be able to tell that at all.
Yeah, you would.
As soon-
just toss it
as soon as you do,
in the ground.
in just the span of a moment's blink, something white and black, it's hard to tell what it was. It moved with such quickness that it was a blur, comes plunging out of the wall, and with a snap of a motion has flown by you so quickly, it's hit Irvin so hard that he's spun and knocked off his feet. Landing on the ground, whatever that was, that blur, flew past him with such force that it went to go hit the wall, but sunk into it and disappeared completely. You take 1d4 damage as you're knocked with gale force. You take 2 damage.
Can I shoot the wall where it went in?
Fight me like a man, not
I want to
a shadow.
use one of my homemade arrows.
Okay.
Made from scratch.
Okay.
Yeah, they're always better when they're made from scratch.
Once I get up,
Get to
I
take
want to go
pride
here,
in your
snap
work.
the wall.
And I'm gonna
Snap the
use
wall, I think
because
it's
that's like medium to short distance away, right? In this little alley.
Yeah, you're in an alleyway, so it's short distance.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pull out my Cypress shock bow, and just let an arrow loose into the wall where I dove in, right in the middle.
Okay, definitely go ahead.
I like to fire
A
the.
6.
Oh,
Nice.
dude, re-roll it.
I like to use the fire rainbow and also fire where he went.
So
Use the fire ring.
The fire rainbow.
Oh. What is it?
The
Oh, the fire rain bow. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
rainbow. I
Nice.
got you. And yeah, I'll just do what he did and fire at him.
Okay. Oh, you were knocked down. A 1.
Gosh.
So aiming to the spot where you saw the blur hit the wall, you've already got your bow drawn up. And as soon as you draw the string back, you can see the little yellow crackles of lightning energy dancing off the bow as you're drawing it back like this. And as soon as you let it go, Drum was right behind you with his, drawing a bow. And as soon as you do the same thing, you notice that the arrow, as you draw it back, you can already feel it starting to get warm in your grip as you're pulling it back, right? Your arrow shoots out first like a streak of lightning from the bow, slamming against the wall. The lightning splays all up and down the wall, right? All arcing all over the dark shadow that's over it. And then in that one moment, zzz, it's gone. The arrow hitting the wall and then falling down to the ground. The flaming arrow hits it, and on a lower roll, it glances up, arcing in a little pattern of fire, and then extinguishing and landing on the ground. Neither one seemed to have much effect on the shattered wall.
Are the arrows recoverable?
Yes. As you get up, whatever came blowing past you was with such dizzying speed that you had virtually no time to react.
maybe we should back away.
But one thing that because it's the middle of the night and you're in a darkened alley, it just seems to make this darkness that's whatever dark substance is all over the walls here has just made it incredibly more dangerous, especially because it's nighttime.
Okay.
Let's do it.
I'll light up another torch. Are we leaving?
I mean, I don't know how to kill this. No, we have like the.
We set all of the crates in this little alleyway.
Yeah, and it has started to ember and burn over here,
Okay.
and it's causing smoke to rise up along the corner of the wall there. But even still, the walls themselves are still like black and covered up with some kind of. It looks like there's just a shadow over it. But the light from the fire or your torches doesn't seem to be moving or dispelling the shadow at all.
Maybe if you throw the torch at the wall again, it'll come out.
That's kind of what I was thinking. But if we start the fires, then it might kind of slow its movement down.
Right. I have some kindling. Can I take this kindling and spread it around some of the walls that it might be able to go towards and set them on fire with the torch?
Okay. Roll d6.
Alright.
A 5. Nice. So you go over to this side of the wall here, and you lean down over it, spreading kindling out. Something, again, it's dark. The floor is shadowed where you're kneeling at, and as you're putting kindling there, all of a sudden from below you, a huge blur slams into your body, knocking you back and away, doing a spinning spiral, landing on your back. It then goes, and you get a better look at it now because it's moving up. It's some kind of a wraith-like figure cloaked in this dark shadowing stuff, rising up, boom, like a thunderclap up out of the ground. And as soon as it did, it lists a little bit, sinking into the 8 feet up there on the wall above you, into the darkness, and sinks back into it. And with that wistful white trail of black and smoke and energy, it's gone. You took 1d4 impact damage.
1 damage.
1 damage.
All the. Ooh. So I think we can. I think we might be able to take this guy.
Well,
So
if he
far
keeps
he's taken
dealing 1
full of
damage,
us,
like
but-
taking. Maybe we could put a net out for that. He could hit us from any direction.
Yeah.
at like unfathomable speed without warning.
Yeah.
He's rolling a 1d10 on you. He rolled an 8 on you just now.
Nice. And I only took 1 damage.
And you didn't even feel really impact of anything hit your body, but the wind from the force at which it was moving was so great that it hit you like a fist.
Can I take my knives out and attempt to have them ready to dual stab if it comes back out?
Right.
I want to equip both of my daggers.
Kind of go around like poke the walls.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to just ready the fire rainbow and just.
So, and everyone, you're all standing here, kind of ready, kind of circling, right? Back to back to back, all scanning the shadowed walls around you for any sign of movement, any foreboding of any danger. Just finishing another hearty, merry tune. You went around rolling around as a coin, and we'll say that's one drunken person flipped you another 10 mil coin. Do you continue to play more songs with your friends?
Yeah, I'll just keep playing some music.
Okay, roll to match their tune rolls. She rolled a 1, you rolled a 6, and he rolled a 4. Wow, nice. So it's almost like you're taking over. You're taking over as far as this musical number. You started by playing like a low sweeping melody, and then they started coming in with the percussion, and then she started trilling some chords behind it. So it was very like adventure-esque, very like world map-esque music that you were playing. And again, there's only maybe 4 people in the tavern now at this point, 4 or 5. But that one drunken fellow leaning against the counter has got his hand, his drink up like this as he's swaying rhythmically to the music. He's getting into it on some level, And when the song ends, he slams the cup down and stumbles over to you guys. And he goes, "I've been an adventurer for a long time." He's like, "That music really speaks to me in the way I'd walk on the open road."
Okay, adventurer rig. You might want to get to your room and take a nap.
He's like, he holding the cup in his, he tilts it back and you hear a dee 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 as he falls back unconscious onto his back, sleeping there on the floor in front of you.
I grab my HP potion, slap him on the face, and pour it down his mouth.
Oh, look at that! He'll surely wake up. Much more refreshed.
Nice.
Also, roll him over to his side so he doesn't drown.
Nice. I'll give you a rave point for looking out for his well-being.
I'm at 7 rave points.
Oh,
Hey.
oh that's a rave
7
skill.
rave points is a rave skill.
Yes. Those are some of the best skills.
That is your first rave ability. Let's go.
That's awesome. I haven't gotten one yet. Has anybody else gotten one?
I have one.
Oh, okay. I was like, is
I
that
have
the
like
first
10
one?
rave points, I think. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, I've got one.
So I just need 5 more.
Jeez, I'm behind. I've only got 4.
Yeah, you just go around knocking stuff over and trying to spill people's drinks.
It's been
not rave
I'm
worth
having
it.
a great time though.
It is pretty funny.
Yeah.
See, I do this stuff for y'all.
Expect it from the cat.
That's kind of the joke.
Nice. So you get a song. It's a
That's why I do it specifically to him.
it's a musical piece you can play. So and if you hit 8s on it, you can roll those d8s to continue the length of the move. It's a group team, like a buffing song, to where everyone while you're playing it will get like a +1 to their attack rolls. So if you continue to play it, they continue to get the +1, and it counts for you too.
Alright.
The Raving Sonata.
That's epic.
For real.
So trying your best to look for any sign of any danger, anything coming out of the shadows. The three of you are kind of back to back to back, right? All three of you roll to evade this monster's D10 attack. It rolled a 1.
We roll a d6.
Yeah.
Can I purposely choose to take the damage to give myself an advantage on an attack?
Yeah, it's gonna come from an angle to where, well, you still have to roll a d6 to evade it.
Okay.
4. And a 5. So as it was sweeping up from the point in between the three of you, it comes shooting up from where you all were standing back to back to back, causing the three of you all to lunge and stumble forward, breaking up your group for just a moment. It comes shooting up, and then instead of jumping into any kind of darkness or any walls, it kind of floats up into the air and pivots around to where you get a better look at its face. Inside of the black swirling energy and white smoking energy around it is a skeletal face with a cloak over it, long bony skeletal hands, lidless eyes. You can hardly see anything set inside of them.
Take your shot.
Yeah, I would like to.
Take your shot.
Go ahead. Roll.
I'll
Go ahead.
shoot it.
Roll 1d6.
I have my deck.
A 5 and a 6.
Oh, little bastard.
Flaming arrow, shoom! But as soon as you launched it, it comes streaking down towards you. The arrow going right over the top of it,
Oh no.
as it slams into you and through you, knocking you back into the wall. As it sinks into the wall behind you, slamming into you with all the force of its body, you take 4 damage.
I hate to see it.
Getting back up to your feet, you feel like your whole chest felt like it got kicked by a horse.
How ironic.
So taking your positions back in the center of the end of the alleyway, again, you're just kind of poised, looking around, waiting for it to attack.
Maybe we should just leave. We're not attacking it. It's just chipping away at us. It's not going to allow us the opportunity. I guess those scholars maybe know something.
They maybe know something. I felt like we would have better luck if we had Slippy with us.
Yeah,
But it's something that can die, and I want to kill it. We can.
yeah, I think we'll try to.
So the three of you,
The
so
sunlight may kill it, which means time wins eventually.
Well, yeah, but there's always
We
shadows.
may go into hiding in the daytime or something, when we can trap it. So,
Good idea.
maybe best.
the three of you roll a d6 escape roll. Does anyone know one has an escape skill?
No.
Oh, let's go, and he's not even there.
He played it. He used
My
his
escape
escape
skill
skill.
was-
A 6. Let's go. Hits it. Well, is he gonna? Someone gonna pick up an escape skill?
He used
I'd love
his
to.
You
escape
want to do your
skill.
reroll?
Pre.
A 3. So on the 6, you're able to, surge ahead, leading the charge. Who rolled the lowest?
I have a 2, so I think that's mine.
So you were heading up the rear as the three of you were running back up the alleyway. You noticed as you were running, because the walls, there was fire that you had thrown down around you that you were igniting, and the whole corner of this alleyway over here had that burning debris that was a flame. Turning, you do notice that it's almost like some of the shadowy section was melting away from that section. As now you're looking back running, bigger sections of the shadow is like sliding and shifting, like it's something on the walls itself. And as you go to turn, again, following up, running, whatever it is streaks by you so quickly that the boom of it sends you sort of pushing out ahead. You don't take any damage, but the force of it lifts you up off your feet from the power of it. Boom! As it streaks behind you, just missing you. Is it moving inside of that other shadowy stuff? You got a vague impression of that as the three of you ran back up the alleyway as quickly as you could. After a few more minutes of fervent running, you find yourself back out into the main street. You're breathing heavy from the hard sprinting just to get out of there. yeah, whatever it was, it seemed to have you right where it wanted you, and there was little you could do about it. So perhaps it was wise to escape the way you did.
The music changed.
Oh, well, that works out because that is actually going to take you right back to the inn. Although because of the time that it is, the four of you it's going to get to the point where the four of you need to retire for the night.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so as soon as all four of you reconvene back at the lakeside inn, again with sleep, and weariness taking over, they described what happened in the alleyway, and it sounded like some shadowy monster was seen bent on killing them. Making it away, the four of you then go back outside the inn, taking a right down the alleyway to where there are four similar wooden doors, numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. Each one is a very similar room with a nice looking little blue wooden cot with a bedroll on it and a pillow, a small dresser and a coat rack with a small even little sink basin underneath a little window overlooking the alleyway. So it's a nice little inn room. So within moments, the four of you find yourselves, taking off your heavier gear and boots and getting disequipped and everything.
Can we tell the lady that sent us out there what we saw?
You.
Or did we just go straight to the room?
Yeah, you went straight to your rooms because it was late and you were disheveled from what had happened.
Something that powerful, some people are,
Yeah.
So retiring for the night, then the four of them find themselves drifting off to sleep. And in the morning, they will be greeted by someone at the Shimmerset Gate who will allow them to go to the Scholar's Recluse. Well, they will hopefully learn more about why they've been brought here and more about the old ways and how it relates to them and their destiny. But we'll find out. We'll find out next time. And we thank you guys for sticking around late and tuning in, for watching the fishing and the adventuring and the navigating and the combat there. Though again, the time of day was not boding well for in your favor. But we're gonna upload this up to YouTube, and we'll conclude this event next time. And again, thank you guys for watching and for joining in on the chat and for hanging out. And we'll see you
Next time!